I te hui o te konihira o Pōneke e tēnei rā. Tēnā whakamohio mai ki a o ki te tehi kai tohu matua manapori, rānei mina ka wehe koe e te hui. So welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to see everybody here in the room today, attending the Koata Hātepe Regulatory Process Committee meeting today. Can you please let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you're around the committee table and you intend to leave the meeting. We've had a little discussion about that, but it's incredibly important because we do need to maintain quorum. Morning tea will be at 10:30 and we'll have lunch at some convenient time in the middle of the day, and we will take a couple of small breaks in the afternoon as well. So I'll now say the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tia huka, he hauhu, tihei Māori ora. We do have some apologies, but they're more for sort of intermittent attendance than complete absence. And we're going to have to just try and manage that. Yes, and we can add Councillor McNulty, who will try to be with us online as much as he can, but he's dealing with some COVID in his family. Alrighty. I move that those be accepted. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Hui Willis. We'll vote on those. Okay, and did we note apologies from Councillor Paul? Just before we approve those, did we note apologies we Councillor Paul?
We didn't because I didn't have them come through.
Oh, okay.
Do that.
Sorry to do this. Just occurred to me. Okay. Oh, okay. But it's for intermittent absence, so I think we better note that. Yeah. Okay, right. That has been carried. Conflict of interest declarations, do we have any? No. Confirmation of minutes. I will move that the minutes from the previous meeting, which was held on 5th of October 2022, be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Calvert, you happy to second the minutes? Thank you. Let's put that to the vote. That's been carried. Right. There are no items not on the agenda, but we do have one public participant. So I'd now like to move to our public participation, and I invite Maureen O'Sullivan to come up and speak to us. Maureen, lovely to see you.
Good morning, Sarah. Lovely to see you again. I'm Maureen Sullivan, representing the Johnsonville Community Association Incorporated. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you today on behalf of the association. The main point I want to cover today is the inclusion in TR 11023, Johnsonville Moorfield Road, Stop D, bus stop number 3082, of proposed changes to the traffic lane markings at the Broderick-Moorfield Road intersection to accommodate a proposed cycleway, at least a few metres of cycleway. Johnsonville Community Association considers this proposed change to be an error. The road markings at this intersection, principally on Moorfield Road, have been adjusted on the basis that a new cycleway will be implemented along the length of Moorfield Road on the eastern side. See next page for the diagrams. However, this cycleway installation has not yet been decided by Let's Get Wellington Moving following an earlier consultation and may therefore be subject to change. This is particularly an issue as the incoming government will be led by National, which has stated that it will cancel government funding for the Let's Get Wellington Moving project. Both these issues above mean that, at this point in time, any expenditure of ratepayer money on this cycleway cannot be justified. Although at first glance it may appear that this expenditure would save money later, this is in fact not necessarily or even likely to be the case. And as there is already a shared cycle walkway on the western side of Moorfield Road, delaying the proposed cycleway until the appropriate decisions have been made will not inversely impact on cyclists. But proceeding with this work now will most definitely adversely impact on all other road users. The proposed changes are particularly an issue since the introduction of the cycle lane reduces Moorfield Road northbound traffic to a single lane at this intersection. Moorfield Road, along with Johnsonville Road, is a major transport route for Johnsonville. It is a major transit route through Johnsonville for considerable volumes of traffic and even now becomes quite congested at various times of the day. And this seems to be becoming more marked. It is also a major route for locals and people from surrounding suburbs wishing to visit the library, swimming pool, community centre and medical centre, for example, as well as dropping off and picking up children from a local school, and is an exit route from the mall car park, which already has a difficult right turn onto Moorfield Road. It is also a major transit road for all the northbound bus services through Johnsonville, as well as a school bus stop. Even now during peak times, buses travelling along Broderick Road and turning into Moorfield Road face issues. For example, only a single bus being able to turn during a traffic light cycle. This would only worsen if the proposed lane changes were implemented, severely impeding public transport. In summary, reducing this road to a single lane will result in complete traffic blockages at times, which will severely inconvenience all commuters, whether using public or private transport. Johnsonville is a hilly, windy suburb with high rainfall. Private transport is not going away in our suburb, particularly for families with children and for low mobility residents. I will finish by confirming that Johnsonville Community Association now supports the proposal to install this bus stop, as Greater Wellington Regional Council has provided an alternative parking area to replace the park and ride places lost as a result of the new bus stop. We're very grateful to Greater Wellington Regional Council for this. It's an excellent result from our point of view, as park and ride is at a premium. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, that's good because it's allowed a few time for some questions. So the main point around that you're making is around some of the road markings, not the bus stop. But
that's right. It's the road markings. It's narrowing the road by removing a lane to allow for the cycleway. We have no problems with moving the bus stop now that the park and ride issue has been resolved by additional alternative parking being provided by the Regional Council.
Okay. Are there any other questions from committee members? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you for your submission. And my question would be, are you doing the submission on behalf of the committee, and do you got the endorsement of the committee, or on behalf of yourself as part of the community member?
I am part of the Johnsonville committee. This issue was discussed at one of our meetings and the approach agreed. Greater Wellington Regional Council attended the meeting. We gave them feedback there, and they did suggest that we could either, as a group or individually make feedback, so I'm making this presentation on behalf of the Community Association, which represents residents.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, so your point that you want to raise is really that the traffic resolution still includes changed road markings to support a cycleway that's not going ahead, and you really just want to retain the current setup, is that correct?
That's exactly right. At the moment, there's no agreed plan for a complete cycleway along there. There is already a shared cycle walkway on the western side of Moorfield Road. Until this matter's resolved, we do not want to see the cycleway on the eastern side, particularly as it reduces and changes the road markings and reduces the lanes on that intersection.
And just to emphasise the point, there is no plan for any eastern side cycleway further down the road on either direction.
Not that I've seen any plan for.
Okay, thank you.
There is just a short, because of the changes, because of the bus, which is only between about Wanaka Street and the Broderick Road corner on the eastern side, that's the only section of cycleway that is being put in. There's no connection on either side of Moorfield Road on the eastern side, whereas there is a cycleway on the western side.
Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much, Maureen. We will have a chance to ask questions of staff when the paper comes to us. I think it's the next thing on our agenda. So,
Thank you for
but thank
listening.
you for your presentation.
Bye.
Okay. Right. Well, that brings us to the end of our public participation. So now we actually do move to item 2.1, which is the traffic resolution for the Johnsonville Moorfield Road Bus Stop D. So thank you, Mr. Singh, and soon. So does the committee, would you like to introduce it and then we'll see if we have questions?
Sure. Kia ora tēnā koutou. It gives me pleasure today to introduce Traffic Resolution 110-23, which is a traffic resolution that was scheduled to be presented at the last Regs Committee, but is now being presented at this one due to that committee being rescheduled. This traffic resolution is seeking to ensure the continued provision of public transport with the expectation of increased buses in the area, and has been the result of a lot of consultation with the community and work with the community. Talking to this paper today, I have Suntek with me, and we also have representatives from Greater Wellington Regional Council to answer any questions. Happy to take any questions.
Yes, I do have a question. I guess the submitter has raised, in my mind, a reasonable point, which is there much advantage in going ahead right now with those markings for the cycleway or those road changes when it doesn't seem to be part of a bigger scheme right now?
Madam Chair and councillors, good morning. The reason why the design is catering for cycle is to anticipate future cycleway. Now, this bus stop improvement can happen without the cycleway because the road marking is just showing what the future cycleway could look like. The physical work that's been done on the bus stop is to widen the footpath. So the extension of the widened footpath is not as far as not able to change the road marking. So if you look at the road marking, that cycleway road marking can be deleted and the double lane going north can still happen until a stage where the future cycleway in that Johnsonville area is put forward for future engagement.
So if the committee were minded to instruct you that we want to just do the bus stop D without any other further changes, would that be relatively easy to achieve?
Yeah, because the physical curb extension that you see on your plan doesn't go that far south, and the double lane just stops south of that curb extension. So in terms of road marking, it can be done.
Okay. Well, it might be that the committee wants to do that. I don't know. Do we have any other questions? So, Councillor Abdurrahman.
My question would be, it will address this one, but in general, what I want to know is when you do those road renovations or whatever you call it, how do you do it? An example I see now you're doing on Adelaide Road, where we will be putting cycle lane in just next year. We haven't made any decisions. So for me, I would expect that budget to be coming from the cycling. And when we're doing the road, and in advance, you are already spending a lot of money. Few months later, we're gonna go back again doing on the same road for the cycle lane. How that works?
So there's two parts to that question, and one of the parts actually is an answer as to why this plan has been presented the way it's been presented, is because we don't necessarily want to have to go back to areas where we know that there's going to be investment, whether it be cycling or walking improvements or any sort of future improvements. So when we go in to do a project, we try to incorporate as much as we can of future expected work that's going to happen in that area to prevent us having to go back and rework something in the future. The second part is should the cycleway projects pay for where we're getting benefit that helps cycleway programs in the future, should it pay for that now? I think that was the question. What we have that was agreed in the last long-term plan is a funding mechanism called Build Back Better that was kind of kitted out for situations like this, where we've got other work that's happening, but while we are doing it, we can actually build back with the future in mind, and that's the funding mechanism that we use to fund these sorts of things.
Are you happy with that? Yeah.
A follow-up to that would be, why do we need to do investing now when we can just do it all together in a couple of months from the same project, not to name it? So how do you prioritize? Because for me, some of those streets you're investing on is not really high demanding, it's high priority. It's just investing all those monies when we're going to go back to it a couple of months later doesn't add up.
I think what we're looking at in this particular scenario is we've got a burning platform as it stands in terms of bus provision in Johnsonville at this location. And so we need to make a change at the moment in order to ensure that public transport is continued to be a useful service to the community. Waiting until we have clear direction on the program going forward would then result in an untenable situation from a public transport perspective, and so there's a burning need for us to do something now from a public transport perspective, and the plan that's been put in front of you is trying to consider what the future may look like to come, and trying to incorporate that into the plan.
Okay. Councillor McNulty.
Morning. So two questions. So firstly, can you just confirm this bus stop, and this will be for the Metlink representatives, it's funding from central government that specifically has been allocated to pay for this bus stop, and this resolution, as far as what's in front of us, is just to enable what Metlink have been given funding for. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor McNulty, I'm getting vigorous nods from our Metlink representatives in the back of the room.
Cool. And part two, what's the status of city streets? And let's get Welly moving in Johnsonville, given that that consultation was actually, I think, exactly a year ago, or possibly slightly less than that, and we haven't actually had anything back. Can we get an update of where we are even in discussing cycleway plans and the like?
Yes, so the single stage business case for city streets projects are still underway, and we expect that to land early in the new year as it currently stands.
Cool, thank you.
I have one small question for the Metlink person. Thank you for coming. Is it planned to have really good bus shelters at the stop? Because at the moment it's pretty inadequate for such a windy, exposed and cold location.
Absolutely. We're going premium shelters at this location, and we will work with the community to ensure that we're actually giving them something that's going to work.
I think that would be a big gain for the community.
Absolutely.
And would the shelters actually be enclosed, like not just boxes, but actually have some front protection as well?
I believe so.
Good, thank you. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Randall.
So just to So just to confirm, really the funding is coming through Greater Wellington to support public transport. I just want to confirm from Greater Wellington that Greater Wellington is comfortable the bus stop can operate successfully with the current road markings as opposed to the proposed change road markings.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And the last thing is just a point of process. Does this committee need to pass an amendment to have the officers accept the submission from the JCA, or can officers just say we can actually just go forward based on the feedback from the public?
Either is fine. I would suggest that it's probably an amendment would ensure that as a councillor you've got firm certainty that it's recorded and is able to be tracked.
What I was going to suggest is that we do have a short break. I'm willing to move such an amendment, and I'm sure there'll be someone to second it, and then we'll just take it from there. Okay, so let's call it just a little 5-minute adjournment so we can figure what it needs to say, and then we'll resume at 5 to 10, and hopefully from there it's going to be straightforward-ish. I'm happy to move this amendment because I do think there's a bigger picture that maybe we haven't quite got to do with this, the cycleway. I am keen on cycleways, but there doesn't seem to be any particular advantage to rushing ahead with this right now. Given that the community have expressed some doubts about it, it's only a little piece. But they are very much in favour, and so am I, of going ahead with the bus stop. So I believe Councillor Calvert's prepared to second. Does anyone have any questions of officers? We've crafted this with the help of the officers, does anyone have any questions?
I'll second if Councillor McNulty doesn't want to, if he's not online.
Okay.
Because it says here Ward, so just...
Yeah, sure. Councillor McNulty, would you like to second?
It'd be easier for Diane to do it.
Okay, fine. Okay, right. Is there any debate? No? Yes? I don't feel the need to say anything more than the discussion that we've had in my introductory comments. But Councillor Calvert, would you like to speak as seconder?
I would, and I agree with everything that young person just said. Look, I just think this is a really, I just want to sort of commend everybody for finding a way forward on this and actually really listening to the community. And I think this is really important. The community knows the area best. And so, yes, I know it's a sort of almost a done deal, but I just want to sort of say thank you to everyone involved in getting here.
Thank you. We do have Councillor McNulty's hand and then yours, Councillor Randall. Councillor McNulty.
Sorry, look, I'm happy to back this today because we haven't had the work from Let's Get Wellington Moving come back around the cycle project. And to me, that's actually immensely frustrating because a year is an incredibly long time to go out to the public and then have nothing come through. So I don't want this to be construed as my not supportive of cycling projects in Johnsonville because I think that still needs to proceed. But I can understand in this point it is well putting the cart before the horse. So I'll back it and support it. But we need to expect better really on these types of projects when we go out and ask the community for their input and it's been a year and it still hasn't come back. So that's my view for today.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just want to thank officers, city and regional council officers for the extra work in this consultation. It's, I think we've got a good outcome, and I also think that the community, Johnsonville community, has established a good working relationship with the regional council. So encourage the regional council and the community to look at the next project that comes along and work positively as we have with this one. Thanks.
Any further debate needed? I don't feel I need a right of reply, so let's put it to the vote. And that is unanimous. Right, well, thank you. Now, we do actually have a little bit of a break. Thank you very much to the staff. Thank you to Mr. Malcolm for your input. We actually do have 10 minutes before our first submitter is due. So I suggest we take the opportunity to have a cup of tea or whatever we might need to do with our 10 minutes and be back at 10:10. to the table, because I believe that we do have some of our submitters here. Hugh. Now, Hugh, you have 5 minutes. It's up there. It does go by quite quickly, and it needs to include questions as well, if you'd like them.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. And thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee. So I'm Hugh Kettle. I'm the chair of Waterside Karori Football Club. We're about 1,000-member club based at Karori Park. We're one of the largest community organisations in the western suburbs. And I'm here in my capacity as chair and submitting on behalf of the club. On that basis, this submission is quite targeted. I'm focusing only on the impact on the Karori Park end of Karori Road. We encouraged our members to have their own say and to submit via the normal process with their own interests, of which there will be many. So first thing I wanted to say really is that we're very keen to make sure that there's appropriate consideration of the impact of the amenity value on destinations when considering transport networks. I've sort of got two broad points really. The first is the utility of the proposed changes when weighed up against the impact on amenity value at that very southern southwestern end of Karori Road. From a cycling perspective, and I'm a cyclist, I'm not just making this up, I know that the catchment of Karori is large, but the catchment joining Karori Road at the very southwestern end is not large. So you've got a relatively small number of cyclists joining the road at that point, which of course expands as the suburb empties out down towards the city end of Karori Road and through to Chater Street. Very different there, but at the southwestern end, it doesn't appear to me that there's a huge catchment of people joining there and the need to potentially provide different utility for those cyclists. The other point is that there's already a really well-established backway through the path around Karori Park and going through the back streets onto Friend Street. If cyclists don't like Karori Road the way it is, there's an extremely easy way to avoid it, which people do if they're not prepared to ride down the main drag. So that to me is the sort of first point really, is a real question as to whether at that part of the suburb this is really needed or whether it's just being done because the rest of the suburb's in question. I think the main point I really have is the impact on Karori Park of these proposed changes, and this is really a don't kill the patient plea. On a Saturday morning at Karori Park in winter, and we share the park with other users, of course. We share the main facilities with the cricket club, which uses it in summer. A winter morning at Karori Park, from 8:30 through to 11:30, we have about 150 people there for the 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds. There's 100% turnaround of traffic within an hour. So people are there with little Johnny and little Susie under their arm trying to get to the 50-minute kids football match. Every hour they cycle out and the next grade comes in. So there are a huge amount of traffic movements already. Parking's already under pressure in that area. The other point to note there is that there are a huge number of visitors to Karori Park in the football space, and these are people that can't take usual public transport routes. We've got people from Kapiti Coast, we've got people from Wairarapa. Every week they're coming to Karori Park to play against our teams. So, PT's not really the answer to these people. The journeys are too variable to try and solve for from a public transport perspective. The final point I'd probably make on this is that the parks that are being taken out are the prime ones. I know Council has done a perimeter map of Karori Park and measured the loss of parks based on that, but some of them are highly suburban, won't be known to people from outside the area, and will inevitably be backfilled by residents who have lost parks along Karori Road anyway. So I'm probably pretty much out of time, but if anyone's got any quick questions.
No, we do have time, and Councillor Abdurrahman, you go for it.
Cool. It's lovely to see sport people coming and doing the submission. And look, were you engaged with the community, the members of the club, and what is the feeling and what the feedback looks like, and what is one or two things that you want to see from this paper that will improve the
Thank
parking?
you. So we did engage with the members. We put it on our Facebook page. The big ask for them actually was we said that we would be submitting against the changes around the Karori Park area in writing. We encouraged them to have their own say without trying to put words into their mouths, because we were strongly of the belief that people should be putting their own views forward for the broader suburb, but we wanted to make sure that they were aligned with what we were doing for the club. There was no negative feedback about it, and there was quite a bit of positive feedback. In terms of our ask, it's really, please just leave it alone along that area. We don't think there's a crying out need to change the Karori Park zone. The parks are valuable, they're well used. The ask, if we aren't able to achieve that, would be to think carefully about whether there's something that you could do that's variable for the weekends, because, I can see how, we are frankly largely a weekend user. There's some trainings, of course, but they don't put as much pressure on the park. If it could be done on a variable basis, so weekends were freer, that would be really helpful too.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? We do have a wee bit of extra time because our next submitter isn't here. I'll allow an extra question, Councillor Calvert.
So do you think with the users, especially around by Karori Park, how do you feel the engagement with council went in terms of looking at what options there would be?
From a club perspective, the engagement's been really good. So we have had a dedicated person talking to one of our exec committee members about the proposal, and he's been really good at providing additional detail as needed. I think, the question from the broader community is really how much of the consultation feedback is taken on board, which we of course don't know, and this is part of the process. But from a club perspective, certainly no complaints about the sort of service we've had from council, because they have been well engaged.
Thank you.
All right, very much. And from my point of view, I know the staff have been listening, and I think there have been a few changes. But yeah, we'll see. As you say, it is a process. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Right, thank you. Right, well, I don't think we have Debbie, or do we now? No. But we do have Hans. So Hans, if you are ready. And as I said before, it's 5 minutes, generally speaking.
Okay.
Goes quick.
Thanks for the opportunity. I actually am strongly opposed to the project as a whole. The reason for that is that mainly it addresses the needs of a small minority. There are 12,000 of us in Karori who want to, or need to, use the road for transport on a daily basis. And of those 12,000, only 250 are cyclists. So that means that the life is made much harder for 98% of the Karori residents, and as us come to, for very sort of doubtable benefits for a small number of cyclists. Let me tackle that first. The project, I think, actively disadvantages the cyclists, the very people that you want to help. The main reason is that in the uphill sections where there is one cycle lane on one side, it endangers the cyclists on the other side. Because with that cycle lane, the two remaining lanes are very narrow and overtaking might be difficult. That slows down traffic, and some drivers will try risky maneuvers to overtake cyclists with possibly serious consequences for the cyclists. The other risky area are in-lane bus stops where there is a strong risk of collisions between cyclists and passengers going on and coming off, especially elderly passengers. Well, that one might have been addressed already, as we read in the newspaper about a month ago. So I hope that they'll be rethought and those in-lane stations will be changed. But the second very serious problem is that everybody on the road will suffer. Making the road narrower in nearly all of the sections, in one way or another, will slow down traffic seriously. And that includes buses. And buses could be right down to cyclist levels. The disadvantage that brings is for 9,600 people, roughly, and that is 38 times the number of cyclists that might or might not be helped. Removing bus stops also need to be probably thought through a bit more carefully. For example, there's a new bus station proposed within about 80 meters of an existing one, and that is right at the end of the line at the roundabout where a bus stop is being proposed at, in front of the dairy there. Lastly, removing 3 out of 4 parking spaces across the road brings, I think, quite serious hardship to people that want to visit other people in houses, that want to stop at shops, that want to also stop at parks. So all of that is serious. And the only thing that might be positive is that raising pedestrian crossings and introducing 2 new ones is all right, but that's offset in a way with the additional walking time needed to get to the remaining bus stops. So in conclusion, the property, as I see it, is really an exercise in futility. Minimal benefits for 2% and serious hardship and horrendous costs probably for the remaining 98%. Improving transport for Karori, though, is very important for all of us. And so I hope that the project will be rethought and the problems that are highlighted will be addressed and we come to a workable solution. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Run over.
You probably have run out of time. I was just going to quickly ask you, what's your main mode of transport yourself?
It's between bus and car.
Okay. That just sort of helps me understand some of your concerns and where they might be coming from. But thank you very much. I've written down your points. Thank you. I think now we actually have a break for 30 minutes, so we're off to a little bit of a slow start, but from that we will then be back in very big earnest. So welcome you back at 11, which is slightly more than 30 minutes. What's that? It is what it is. Right, well, we're going to get started again, so thank you to everyone who's already here. We do have a quorum, and we'll keep going. So I would now like to invite Philippa, if she's with us, online. Thank you. Philippa, welcome, and you have five minutes. Do you want me to give you a reminder, or are you able to keep track of it? Because it will go by quite quickly and it needs to include time for questions.
I think I can keep track of it, but
Okay.
please feel free to give me a reminder if
Okay.
I've strayed over.
Cool. Right. Away you go.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I live in Karori and I am a bike rider. I bike into town at least once a day, if not multiple times. But I have a partner who is disabled and cannot ride a bicycle. He also can't use the bus because we live too far from the bus stop. And so he has to drive. And both of us support the installation of cycleways. My partner, because he wants to get more cars off the road and get rid of unnecessary car journeys, so those that really have to drive or have absolutely no alternative are able to do so. Cycleways are really important. They're an active mode of transport. They improve people's health outcomes for those who are cycling. They're also really important for reducing climate change. And something that we really need to change because of the issues around safety of cyclists. Karori has more than enough space to share. Karori's roads are generally quite wide, and it's not a difficult proposition. So I fully support the cycleways, but I think there are some improvements that can be made. One is that I think Karori Road should probably only be a 30km/h road. This would resolve a number of issues. One, it will make it safer for the cyclists where they are sharing space. The other is that the reality is traffic doesn't flow faster than that because of the traffic lights down Karori Road. I do sort of 20 to 30 kilometers an hour down there, and generally am always catching up with cars at the traffic lights. 30 kilometers an hour also makes it much safer and easier for cars and anyone coming in off the side streets, because there were quite big issues around people getting on and off the side streets. So 30 kilometers per hour would be ideal, but at least we should be doing 30 kilometers an hour where the cars are sharing space with the bicycles. My preference, however, for the whole project is to ultimately have continuous cycle lane on both sides of the road. I think cycle lanes are really important for encouraging adults to ride, and will enable far more commuters to ride, particularly people who are may not have wanted to kind of duke it out with the cars. But continuous cycle lanes encourages even the most timid of cyclists, and also makes it much easier for children to bike, because shared, when cars and bikes are sharing the same space, it's not a particularly safe environment for younger children. And I think it would be much better if we do end up with continuous cycle lanes on both sides. Those are the highlights. There are a few more specific points in the submission. Broadly support the Cycle Wellington submission, but I'll open to questions now.
Thank you, and I actually have a question for you. So if you are a regular cyclist cycling into town, what is the worst part of that route for you?
There are lots. There are lots of bad points for me. I find the downhills generally the easiest because I'm happy to take the lane. Some cyclists aren't. I find often the merge into tunnels is actually one of the worst, because there's always one car trying to get around you just before you get into the tunnel. And I've had to make I think at least one 105 complaint about just a car really unsafely overtaking me going into the tunnel, and me having to brake to avoid kind of hitting them or the pavement.
So would you think that some driver education, and particularly around those merge points, would be helpful?
It'd be very helpful. most drivers are reasonably conscientious, but some aren't. But yeah, those merge points are a bit scary.
That's it from me. We have one from Councillor Chung. You'll need to make it quickish.
Yep, thanks very much, Philippa. Really appreciate it. Can you tell me how your partner gets around, by public transport or by car?
No, he has to drive. We live about a kilometre from the nearest bus stop and up a hill, so he doesn't have the ability to walk that far. So yeah, he only gets around by car.
Okay, great. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippa. That's been quite useful. So thank you. Yeah. We are out of time. So I'd now like to ask Anne Evans if she'd like to come up. And you're welcome to sit at the table or podium, whichever feels more comfortable. And again, it's 5 minutes.
I'm going to just read mine so that
okay.
Off-piste, so to speak. So I'm a Karori, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am a Karori resident, and I'm not against the cycle lanes, but I don't totally agree with it in it, that, you know, the current plans. And one of the reasons being is that the loss of parking for many residents, it will have a massive impact on their everyday lives along Karori Road. We were told at one of the popping meetings that residents could use the side streets, but for some people along there, like there's a block, I believe, of council flats, you know, the side streets are quite a distance away. So if you're elderly or you've got children or a disability, that's not going to be an option, and those side streets are often quite busy. And again, why should they lose their parking to affect their everyday life just for a very small percentage of the community that cycle, you know, for a 24/7 cycle lane? There are other routes which I use myself if I cycle, where if you're coming from the park, you can go across the park and head towards Tringham and then up Hatton if you want to get to Marsden Village, or you can go down Homewood, which will bring you out if you're cycling on to the city. That road is wide. I feel comfortable using that. It's a lot safer. My other concern is the parking outside of the park and the sports field, which is heavily used by people for sporting events, and they're travelling in from across the city during the sporting seasons, so that parking is always a premium. So I do find it a little unfair that our community should lose those spaces because you want to encourage people to use public transport, yet Macra Peak has got a very nice upgraded car park. I've also got an issue outside the Botanical Gardens, you know, that does attract a lot of people, and I've taken photographs along there where it's on a nice day, you know, it's very hard to find a car park, and I'm just worried that we'll lose visitors to that attraction because they just won't come if they can't park. That's the reality. And the other thing is the in-lane bus stops. I just think that during rush hour, that's just going to cause more congestion and more emissions. And I do have an issue, you know, when you're alighting from a bus and you've got to watch out for cyclists coming along the cycle lanes. And I believe one of them, I don't know if there's been any changes, is across the road to Karori Normal School. So I'm a little bit concerned about the kiddies getting on and off the bus where they've got to go across a cycle lane. You know, we all want to see Karori less congested. I do. I'd like there to be, you know, less traffic on the main road. I live on the main road. But I just feel that if we have a better connected public transport, that is going to encourage people to use it, and, you know, they'll use private vehicles less. And then, as that lady said, there'll be room for everybody then.
We do have a question, but you're welcome to take more time to say what you...
All I would say is that there was over 200, that there were 2,600 submissions and 70% were opposed. I would like you to seriously reconsider this design.
Okay, thank you. So I saw first Councillor Randall and then Councillor Chung.
Thank you. Two questions. First of all, you mentioned bus users and especially children using buses. In terms of roughly percentages, what are the level of bus users that Koori has versus the level of cyclists?
I didn't bring any of those figures with me.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't look at any of that. This was just my own little personal. I mean, there is a lot of traffic on Karori Road. We can't deny that. But I just think more people, this is from a personal aspect, I know that I would use public transport more, as would my husband, if it wasn't so expensive and it linked more out to different suburbs.
Okay. And so the last thing is, you say don't go ahead. Are you saying don't do anything? Or are you saying go talk to the community again? I think, again, yeah, I personally believe there wasn't enough discussion with the community from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chung, can you keep it very brief?
20 seconds brief.
Thanks very much, Anne.
A little bit of leeway, but...
My question is also about buses and public transport. Do you think if the public transport was improved, it would actually reduce a lot of the problems there on Karori Road?
I do, but I personally think it would be better if there was links to different suburbs. You know, we need to link our suburbs up more to encourage people. So, for example, is there particular areas I want to go, you've got to go into the city to get out again.
Yep.
And it's expensive.
No, that's great. I actually have to do the same when I come over from Broadmeadows. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a reasonable point. We can feed that feedback back to Greater Wellington, because they plan the bus services. But thank you very much, Anne.
Thank you.
Justin Smith, welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to submit to Council. In the original documentation, it said strongly oppose this, strongly support the cycle lanes. I don't strongly support them. I don't strongly oppose them, but ultimately just feel that they've been rushed in, and there's just too much trade-off in terms of a loss of amenity in Karori. And so myself and a number of other people got together and thought, can we make an impact? Can we be heard by Council about our concerns about the cycleway? And we formed a small group called Shared Spaces Karori. And so I thought I'd just give you some feedback on our efforts to get submissions to Council. We had a very short period of time, sort of 2 or 3 weeks. How do we do that? And we came to the conclusion that we needed to basically address it directly with Karori residents using clipboards outside the mall. And so off we went, started on a Saturday morning just for a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours each Saturday for about 3 weekends. My response to my approach to people was, listen, we're Shared Spaces Karori, we're making submissions to Council. We feel they've gone a bit too far with the cycle lanes, that they're taking too much away in terms of parking outside Botanic Gardens, outside Karori Park. They're going to take away 3 bus stops. They're going to move other bus stops into the centre of the road. That was all it took for about 90% of the people who I got the attention of to submit to make a submission, handwritten submission on the clipboard to Council. There was a common themes that came through. There was about 4 different themes I found when I was talking to people as they're completing the submissions. The first was typically older people and busy family people said, look, we're physically not capable, or practically not, it's impractical for us to come down from Sunshine or Montgomery Avenue on a bicycle in my physical condition in this weather. And further to that, they felt even if you make some real enhancements to cycle lanes, environmentally it won't make much difference, because people are just physically not going to be able to take up the initiative anyway and cycle from Karori, for example, even down to the mall for supermarket shopping, let alone getting down to Botanic Gardens. The second piece of feedback I had is that Karori residents felt disenfranchised. So they felt that Council was moving on the agenda of the voters in Central City and the trendy suburbs who wanted cycle lanes, as opposed to then the upshot of that, which was then the cycle lanes that go in, but they'd be going in places like Karori, hilly suburbs with a profile of older people and family people who are going to be directly impacted on by the cycle lanes. Another feedback we got was basically they'd seen the ones in Berhampore and Cambridge Terrace and thought they were a myriad. They looked very messy, almost unsafe, and they thought, heaven forbid, they could be in our streets. But the strongest feedback we had was on affordability, and we'd all heard about the waterways. We'd all heard about the money that you've got to spend on waterways. Waterways are needs, and people's attitude was, what are we spending money on cycleways for? Cycleways are wants. Waterways are needs. Any household will tell you if it's going to run efficiently, it allocates money for needs first, then wants. And the cycleways are wants. Waterways are needs. If a household spent money on wants first and needs second, it'd go broke. It'd go under. And people just thought the council should take the same approach and focus on the needs first and waterways that we can't afford to fix them up. So what are we doing trying to afford cycleways? One brief story I've got, we were standing with the clipboards again. I thought, okay, I'm just going to try Botanic Gardens and see if there's any feedback there. And so I'm standing there one Sunday morning, Chill Up Sunday, and only for about 20 minutes because I've got other things I want to do in my life as well. And this wheelchair comes up, and I watched them in a standard car park because there's only two wheelchair car parks at Botanic Gardens, so they've quickly taken up. So there's a standard car park, and the wheelchair comes up alongside the car. They open the door, and the lady lifts herself and shuffles herself across into the seat. But once she got into a seat, it took my opportunity to come across to her and say, hi, look, Justin, Shared Spaces Karori, we're making submissions to council. We think they're going too far with the cycle lanes. Do you know they're going to take the parking away from one side of the road, and they're going to put a cycle lane straight down here between this vehicle and the footpath? What are your thoughts on that? And she very quickly at that point took the clipboard off me and made one of the handwritten submissions that we've submitted to councillors. And she just talked through some practical aspects of it and said, look, I've got to get my wheelchair up close to the car to easily get myself into it. How am I going to do that if I've got to negotiate a cycle lane bullion that separates a cycle lane from the main road? The cycle lane's on a lower point than the car is, as opposed to the footpath, which is nicely elevated so I can easily get myself into the car. The cycle lane's obviously lower than that, so it's going to be a much harder job to get in. But the main point was the wheelchair needed to sit somewhere for her to get into the car. It would then be sitting in the middle of the cycle lane. On Glenmore Street, which has an elevation like this, and you've got a cyclist trying to get their cadence up as they're battling their way up Glenmore Street. What are they going to do? Are they going to wait for the person in the wheelchair to get into the car? Are they going to try and negotiate their way around them? Which makes it quite unsafe, obviously. And so it just highlighted the points to me. I thought, this is actually about the people we're impacting on with the cycle lanes. It's the elderly people, it's the busy, full families, and it's people like Catherine, who submitted one of these hard copy submissions to council.
So, Justin, I'm sorry, but we are running very short of time. I'm allowing you a little bit extra because we've had a few. I know you're sort of kind of an organisation that you're representing, but I'd just like to say we also do have a question. Would you like to take that now?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Councillor Calvert.
I thank you for your clipboard and your forms. Now, one of the suggestions has been that your forms were just a petition and people just put their name and addresses on. What would you say to that?
Catherine filled out a very comprehensive form expressing all her concerns and the fact that she possibly may no longer be able to go to Botanic Gardens because it could just be too hard for her family and support friends to take her there. And so people took the time. It was quite awkward. You're sort of trying to get them to find the time at the same time as they want to express themselves. So I'd say about half the forms people actually could put handwritten submissions on their concerns or other ideas about how they could organise cycle lanes.
So you'd expect the council to consider these as a full submission?
Oh yeah, well, they're hard copy, and they're very real, and they come from directly affected residents, people in Karori, people who live there, people who are going to have to live with whatever the council puts in. But I mean, as we said, we're not against cycle lanes, but we just think they've got to be part of a much more comprehensive plan. That was the other feedback I had, and that was on buses. They said, listen, if you're going to spend money, spend it on the bus service. You're going to get much better climate change impact there if people can catch buses as opposed to cars.
Okay, we will have to stop there, but thank you very much, Justin, and we'll be reading what you've offered to us with great interest. Thank you. So now we have Katie Benson. Would that be correct? Okay.
Tēnā
Thank you,
koutou
Katie.
katoa.
Just to say, as I've said to some of the others, it's 5 minutes, which should, in principle, include questions.
Sure, thank you for the reminder. I want to start off by saying thank you to the wider City Council. I moved here from Denmark about 3 years ago, and I came here from a hilly city, kind of similar in size to Wellington, and I was completely spoiled when it came to cycle infrastructure. And I came here, it was a big shock. But in just the 3 years that I've been living here, I have seen so much change, so many improvements that just make a big difference to my everyday life and to the people around. And that's thanks to the council. I'm super grateful. Favorite one, the change to the parking on Thorndon Quay. Amazing. Looking forward to seeing more improvements going through into that area really soon. So thank you to the council. Today I just want to share my experiences. I live in Kandala, but I work in Karori, which involves me, when I'm feeling brave enough, cycling. More often than not, I'm usually on the bus. I had an evening shift yesterday, so I cycled to remind myself of the experience and how it is. And I was just starting to imagine how it would be with a separate cycleway. At the moment, I feel like it's a kind of stressful experience. I mean, I don't mind the hill. Cycling uphill is fine. I'm able to get up there very slowly, but I will get to the top of the hill. But the stress of worrying about car doors opening from the parked cars on one side, moving vehicles on the other, trying not to be in the way of other faster cyclists or the buses. It's just a lot of stress going on when I'm just trying to get to work and get up the hill. So I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to be able to have a much smoother ride up that hill with a separated cycleway. There's plenty of people already using that route just from what I'm seeing in my experience. So I hope that we're planning for a big capacity, nice wide cycle lanes, so there's room for everyone to get by with their cargo bikes or whatever else it is they want to use on that route. And yeah, so it really would reduce a lot of just everyday stress for me, but it also will undoubtedly improve safety for everyone. But what I would really love to see from this proposal is an improvement in adding a downhill lane. When I'm cycling back, it's usually at night time, so that street's quite quiet. I'm talking about Glenmore Street in particular. But that is a gnarly hill. That is pretty serious. It's okay for me to take the lane, but not everyone's going to be comfortable to do that. I'm thinking about less experienced people on bikes, children particularly. They're going to want to negotiate some of the hazards. We've got driveways, we've got intersections, we've got lots and lots of drain covers, all kinds of things that we're keeping an eye on that hill that people want to be able to negotiate at a speed that's safe for them. So I'm looking to hopefully one day move towards also having that downhill lane would be amazing. And just to give an idea of my commute and how hilly it is and how much of a difference it would make, it usually takes me about half an hour to get to my workplace from home going uphill. Going downhill, it usually takes me about 17 minutes. So it's a serious hill, really makes a big difference. And that's obviously a lot more speed coming down that we need to be aware of and we need to manage so that people can move safely. And also just in terms of the wider plan, I've got a general request that if we can, to avoid shared paths as much as possible because they create hazards for everyone. Also, if they're not very well communicated, people can have a hard time figuring them out. And just to reduce any opportunity for conflict between different kinds of people using those spaces. I also noticed courtesy crossings popping up in wider Karori. I feel like that's an opportunity for a breakdown in communication if we can stick with the kind of crossings that people understand. You don't need to spend time thinking about what's going on here. That will probably make things flow much more easily for everyone and make their lives easier. But that's just my experience and my hopes for this project. Thank you very much for doing this consultation, and I'm excited to see what comes out of it.
And you've timed it very well. We have time for a question from Councillor Chung.
Lovely.
Thank you very much for that. I have two quick questions. One is that you said that you travel from Kandala to Karori daily. So is that always by bicycle? By bike?
Well, more often than not, I take the bus because I'm too nervous to cycle. I would love to cycle more. It's much better for my fitness, and it's faster for me than getting the bus because, like has already been mentioned, I have to change buses to get to Karori. Yep. So yeah, if I could cycle more, that would be amazing and take pressure off the very, very busy but excellent number 2 bus service. Yep. So then there's more room for people who've been working in the city all day to get on the bus and actually be able to sit down.
That's great. And second question is, going between Kandala and Karori, the roads are quite narrow and windy, and so which is quite different from Denmark. I used to live in Copenhagen as well. So how could we actually improve that? How would you suggest we actually make that route easier or better for you, or safer?
I think having safe speeds makes it much easier for a lot of people. Everyone kind of, if there's a consistent speed around all these windy streets, and reduce on-street parking where it's not necessary, so it's easier for people to get around, buses, etc. But for me, my personal commute, I just come down to Hutt Road, and then I'm down where it's lovely and it's wide, and we've already got great cycleway through Thorndon Quay. So it's easier for me. I actually have the benefit of that little bit of flat land, which is really nice.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. Yes. So do we have Jane Campbell? Welcome. You're very welcome to come and sit at our table or stand at the podium, whatever is more comfortable for you.
I will be brave and stand here. Right, I am a Karori resident and I have been so for 53 years. I'm opposed to the Karori Road cycle lane as proposed under the Karori connections, and I'm upset at the impact it will have on movement. I see many businesses suffering, and I have seen over those 53 years a huge change in the business in Karori. We had a wonderful series of businesses in Karori, and slowly they are declining. And I fear, having talked to many of the people in the shops, that the businesses will decline even further. I'm not completely opposed to a cycleway. I'm opposed to a cycleway the way it's proposed to be. I would be happy to have a painted line and the road cycleway closed to traffic parking up until 9 o'clock. That is when I have done my counts out on the street, most of the people have been on cycles. After that, you'll get 1 or 2 an hour. The underdeveloped bus plan also makes problems. For example, the bus, I am living up on a hill. My bus leaves every hour. It stops at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no bus service at night, and there is no bus service in the week. I need a bus to get down the hill. And so I am restricted, like many of the elderly in Karori, to being able to get out at night and to get out at the weekend. I was at a meeting recently where someone said to me, a younger person, what a wonderful time they had in the weekend. They went to all the things in the city and then they went out partying afterwards. I thought, great. I couldn't get there because I couldn't get down the hill unless I took my car and my husband drove me, but then we'd have nowhere to park. New buildings being put up in Karori are without garages. The people have to park in the street if they have a car, and all the side streets are now becoming filled with cars. They are filled with cars of people who have to use their vehicles to get down the hill to catch a bus because there is no buses for them. One of the difficulties with the buses is that the buses, that ones like I get, which is the number 33, the hour goes down at 1:45, I pick it up, and then it doesn't leave, only goes as far as the mall, and it stops in the side street. And you go into Lewis Street and you will find 3 buses horizontally parked, not angle parked, taking up all the car parks that are in Lewis Street because they've got nowhere to go. They have to wait there until their next drive. Also, I noticed that, having taken count because I walk every day around Karori, that the buses that are number 2 buses wait along Karori Road, taking up all the parks along outside on the south side of Koori Road, waiting for their turn to go. And sometimes you will find up to 5 buses parked there waiting for their time to leave. Over the road during school term time, there is another bus, and that is a bus that's taking primary school children to Karori West School for technology. That bus waits there until the children have finished and they can pick up the children and go. I'm also concerned about the traffic along Koori Road, mainly the big trucks and trailers that are serving the supermarkets. Talking to the supermarkets, they get over 70 of these big trucks every week into Karori. I have seen 3 of them lined up in Rain Street and 1 on Karori Road waiting to get into the supermarket. This is going to create a terrible problem if you've got a cycle lane and you've actually narrowed the roadway completely.
Jane, we are running out of time.
I'm going to say no more. I'm saying no more. That's it.
That's it. Well, I'll just make a wee comment because I've written lots and lots of notes down, but a lot of these things that we're going to have to pass through to Greater Wellington who do manage the bus services.
But it's the effect it'll
Yeah, and I do understand it's quite connected. Please don't take this the wrong way, but is Uber something that works for...
I wouldn't use Uber if you paid me.
No, okay. Because there is maybe an option if you... Yeah.
I don't like the idea of Uber.
Yeah.
I would rather have a taxi.
Okay, taxis. All right. I'll write that down as well. Yeah. Okay, well, is there any other... We probably have time for just one other quick question. Is there anything from anyone else? Okay, well, thank you very much. It's certainly a lot of feedback there, which I've noted. Thank you very much, Jane. Yeah. We don't have Chris, but I'm wondering if Wenbo... Wenbo's online. Wenbo, are you happy to go now?
Yeah.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes to hear from you, which does need to include questions, if you want it to.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Why the screen is so wide? Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Wenbo Fan. I'm living in Korea. I've been here for how many years? 6 years or 7 years since I moved to New Zealand from China. I have 2 kids here, one in the Central School, another one in Kindy. Next page, please. Today, I'm going to talk about 3 things. One is about the survey, which did in June or May. City Council did that one, and I just knew that recently. The second one is if I really need to do. Yeah, the survey from here, this is from the survey page itself, June 2023. It's about what is going on, what we are going to do. Next page, please. It's also extracted from the survey. The purpose of this one is summarize feedback from the community. Then on the right column, it says we had 437 individuals provide this the feedback. Next page, please. The first picture is the numbers we got. The second picture is how many people resident in Karori, 15,000. A third one is about the age groups. Sorry, kids, I ignored people under 10. So mostly it's about 14%. That's considered 20%. Even we ignore 20%, we still have 12,000 people residents living in Karori who can conduct the survey. But those people, for different reasons, probably they didn't receive the notes, or some other reason they didn't do the survey. So compared to the number of residents living in Karori and the survey, so this survey from statistics is called selection bias, which means it doesn't it doesn't represent the large amount of people here. The survey. Next page, please. It's about my claims and concerns. Because of that survey, then City Council tried to do something to help people. Okay, there's a plan there. Then my concern is mainly about here. We can see there's a big red circle and a few orange circles here, and a big red dot. That big red dot is a bus stop planned to be removed. Next page, please. The one is going to be removed is 4330 near Tringham Street corner, and another one is going to be combined. It's called as 5330 and 5329. The two bus stops are going to be combined. Next page, please. So I'm going to show you the one is going to be removed. You can see the red cross here. That's a one. It's going to be removed. We can see the Marshall Street. The intersection between Marshall Street and Curry Road. This place. That bus stops are mainly serve the people here live here. I live in Hildreth Street. Hildreth Street, you can see on the top next to Curry Park. Every day I took the bus to my office. So also many people I saw. I met many people every day when I with bus there. I take bus line 2. I don't deny the distance between the two bus stops. It's not far. The problem is when I have very tough work and from the office, I don't want to walk even 1 meter longer from Hildreth Street to the bus stop. No mention other people from Sunshine Avenue. There are many other people living in Sunshine Avenue walk to the bus stop to take the bus. So that's very very tough to them. Also, I just marked the blue lines as an area who would take the who will be waiting the bus on this bus stop instead of another one. So you can see the distance. Next page, please. I haven't. Sorry.
Wimbo, we might need you to make your points as just some final points, if you can.
Okay. My point is how many people that the bus stop can serve, and how many minutes if we remove this stop. How many minutes can save? Then how much this project can cost? Do people really care about saving 1 minute or 30 seconds by removing this bus stop, which can serve hundreds of people and cost millions of dollars to do that? It's really worth it to do that. That's my point.
Okay, that's actually very clear. Thank you. I understand what you're saying. You're saying you're questioning the cost benefits for this particular change, and you want to be reassured that it's actually worth it. So we can pass that feedback back to our staff.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I don't think we have time for questions, but thank you very much. So we're going to move on to, thank you, Wimbo. We're going to move on to Rob. Is Rob with us?
Cool. Go?
Yes.
Cool. First time doing this. So.
Yeah.
So I live down by Karori Park in Karori West School. I just want to start by saying how impressed I am with the consultation process that's being followed. I've attended sessions run in Karori where I was able to see the plans and ask questions and hear others' opinions and concerns. I've also been able to access high quality information on the website and easily submit my views. So I guess it starting with a bit of a thumbs up about the process. I'm a huge supporter of the improvements being made across the city, including the ones being talked about today. It's obvious that there's a huge push for alternative transport across the city. I've spent time overseas in Munich, in Germany, and in other places in Germany, and I can see where it's heading, and we'll get there eventually, but it's a great place to be. I've also been biking in Wellington since I was secondary school age across to Wellington College from school. In those days, it was a terrifying experience. Drivers' attitudes were very different. Almost daily close calls and whatever else. We're already seeing a massive improvement to that. I literally can't remember the last time I was almost sideswiped, which was a very regular thing before. Also want to talk very quickly about the impact of active transport on the community and the fact that regularly I have conversations on the way in the commute with other people on bikes or standing at the lights or whatever it is. Those green boxes at the start of the go lanes or the traffic lights, whatever the technical term for the green boxes is, are a great opportunity to meet other people and to bond with those guys as well. So there's more than just the transport and commuting benefits, I think. Finally, I think my kids, I'm really happy to say that my kids are feeling safe on their bikes. They will choose to e-bike or bike to school. And they will bike to football to the point where our car sits in the driveway and the grass underneath it is in trouble. It doesn't move as much as it used to, and there are weeks, like literally weeks, where it doesn't move at all. That's me. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. So your kids, can you just elaborate a little bit what their journey actually is? So you're based in Karori, I'm assuming.
Kuri Ave, down off Macra Road, behind Karori Park.
Oh, okay.
So they'll either they'll walk down the hill to the bus stop there and bus into the school bus using the school buses, or they'll e-bike and they'll take the route through Karori Park, up the back roads, joining onto the main road at sort of Marsden Village normally, and then down and up over Ari Street would be their biking route. I commute daily. You've got to do it daily, otherwise you comply with the weather. Up Glenmore Street or straight up through Kelburn, but often through Glenmore Street. I used to work at New Zealand Post, which was down that end, and that bike lane is fantastic. And the changes to improve it past the botanical gardens will be even better. That is, that's the first bit where you think, oh, now I'm vulnerable again. So yeah, I can totally see those things coming together to add up to a much safer commuting experience. Totally.
Is the lack of a downhill lane a big a problem in your mind?
No, it's an asset. I think anybody that's a keen biker doesn't want to be confined to a bike lane on the way downhill. No, you're moving at traffic speed. You take the lane. Nobody can move faster than a bike on the way down from Karori anyway. I just don't think that's a problem. Definitely prioritising the uphill is the key, where the speeds are different. And removing some of these pinch points, like the plan does, where you're suddenly thrust out into the traffic. I know there's been various opinions about the bus stop, particularly that one as you take a left just before the Botanical Gardens on the way uphill. Again, I think you're a member of the community. If a bus is stopped, it's pretty obvious. The bus is stopped and there's people getting off it. So I think there's some design you just need to allow for people to be good humans around. But I'm sure, I know that's been debated and redesigned and all the rest of it.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the committee? Do you have any other questions? Well, if there isn't, I've got one. So someone else said that there's it could be a need for some driver education and the merge point before you go into the tunnel. Is that something that I think she felt the cars would try to pull ahead of her and cut her off as she was coming down and then having to go into the Karori tunnel. Has that been something that you've experienced or think is an issue?
There's a lot going on. There's a bus stop on the left and there's cars on coming in to merge to yes, it's a tricky point. As you'll know, the more dangerous point is just before that, where all hell breaks loose. But yeah, as you go into the tunnel, it's a pinch point, but it doesn't stand out as a major problem to me.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Everyone sees it differently, don't they? But thank you very much for your feedback. Yeah. Oh, Councillor McNulty has a question. Go for it.
Yeah. Hi, Rob. I've heard some, mixed views so far this morning. You said you've attended most of the consultation sessions in Karori. Was it overwhelmingly negative? Was there a wide range of opinions or views? Could you just share how you found the public general state to what those sessions were?
It was definitely a case where there were a lot of bikes outside, and then there were a lot of people at the other end of the spectrum, and there was very few. There didn't seem to be many in between, just the extremes. And so, yeah, I felt for the councillors or whoever they were that were trying to run that session. It seemed like it was a lot more heated than I would have expected. But there was definitely still a good opportunity to learn a lot about what was going on, and there was a lot of good questions and opinions. I mean, it's an opportunity to hear the other end of the spectrum, right? When you're a biker in the biker community, you just get biker opinions, and so I think they're still incredibly valuable sessions.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much, Rob. It's all been very useful, thank you. Now, do we have Bruce? Bruce is online. Welcome, Bruce. Are you okay to go now? Okay, not quite sure about that. Oh, yes, good. Yeah. Welcome, Bruce. You've got 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions if you wish questions.
Sure. Okay. I'm a resident of 40 years in a small group of houses by bus stop 177, number 2 in Glenmore Street. Of those 8 houses, 3 are owner-occupied, myself and family, and an 89-year-old. I walk just about everywhere, catch the buses. We have a small car which we park on the western side of Glenmore Street, which we use maybe 4 or 5 times a week. We have e-bikes, but we find that it's probably a bit too dangerous for us to use them, so we've put them in abeyance and we'll probably sell them. My only question is, will we still be able to park on the western side of Glenmore Street for, and also offloading on the eastern side where we need to offload groceries and equipment for the house? Those are my 2 questions.
Right. So are you ready for questions now then? Or
sure.
Yeah. So my question would be, are you saying you don't have off-street parking, and nor do your, was it the 8 houses in your little cluster? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, there is one that's got off-street parking, which they pay for the reserve to use the driveway out by the pathways in between the path. People weren't very happy about that because we wanted the pathways to go straight.
Oh, you've frozen up, I think.
Really?
Sorry, we missed that bit because for some reason the video, the link froze.
Okay.
Can you just repeat that last piece?
There is one house that's got off-road parking on Glenmore Street.
And you said you weren't some of the residents weren't entirely happy with that because you had a different idea.
Well, we had a pathway, it went down and up, and now we've got 2 separate pathways, one that the council put maintenance in and the other one they don't worry about.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah. So there's no off-street parking for the other residences.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the committee? So your concerns are very much around your own parking and the loading and unloading of
yeah, it's a problem
gear.
for all the people that live here. You know, it's fine right now. The bus lane is 4 to 6 Monday to Friday. That's fine. We don't disturb that. But, you know, if there's a cycleway going all the way through, when can we offload to our residences?
All right, okay. I think that's been very clear. So, and we don't seem to have any further questions. So thank you very much for raising those concerns with us, Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Do we have Patrick? Aha. Welcome, Patrick. You're very welcome to come to the podium or the table, whichever.
I'll be okay at the podium.
You're okay.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I live in Macra, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and a number of people in my community who have raised concerns regarding this proposal. One of the things that I think has been overlooked completely by the people putting forward these proposals is the fact that most people, or all people in Macra really, have to drive over the hill. We have no public transport, and there never will be any public transport in Macra. So you have no option but to drive over the hill. People are not going to walk, they're not going to ride scooters, and I'm not aware of anyone in Macra who actually rides over the hill to go to work. So you've got people coming over the hill and they need to park somewhere. This proposal is to remove all the car parks along the end of Karori Road, outside the dairy, outside the grounds there, the sports grounds. And that is where people from Macra normally park their cars. From a personal perspective, I don't ride a bike. I can't ride a bike because I suffered an illness some years ago and I've had a viral attack to the spine and had to learn to walk again. I haven't got balance to ride a scooter. I can drive a car, only just. So I need a car. And people from Macra are going to have to compete with others from South Karori Road because that's a long road. There's no public transport down there. They need to drive up. If they're going to ride and park, they would need somewhere to park. There's a lot of people up Arlington Roadway. They need to come down. There's no public transport up there. They need to come down because the hub is at the end of Karori Road. And that's where people come into to get on a bus if they're going to go. I have used the bus recently. I drove over the hill, found a park, no trouble. Got on the bus and came into the meeting that I was going to. Go home again, fine. I've got no problem with a better bus service, but this proposal makes no suggestion of where people are going to park from places like Macra. And I know there's been a comment made to me by two people in Macra that if they can't park, they will move to homes they have up in Otaki. So that, I think, is the primary concern that I have. There's just no facility suggested for people to come in and park their car if they want to get in the bus and go into town. I'm also opposed to the inlane bus stops. I think they're a crazy idea. And that, I think, has been proven by the one down by the bottom of Glenmore Street, because that's going to be changed. But then the next thing is you're going to put more in on the way through. Well, that to me just seems ridiculous because it will cause congestion, no matter what people say, in both all throughout the day. And I'm also, quite frankly, opposed to the raised pedestrian crossings. I think the pedestrian crossings in Karori work. Why change them? You've got 3 of them controlled by lights. That's fine. I've no problem with that. The other 4, I think there are, all seem to work. My experiences from an area that I've lived in before is that if you put raised pedestrian crossings in, people just wander onto them without even thinking. And particularly with earplugs in their ears these days, it's becoming virtually impossible to anticipate what's going to happen to people walking, whether they're going to jump onto a pedestrian crossing that's raised. It also causes problems, I think, for buses going over bumps, cyclists going over bumps, cars going over bumps. So I'm opposed to those. That's really where I'm coming from. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Patrick. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Randall.
Hi. Are you aware of any consultation the City Council had with the people of Macra on the cycleway?
Not aware of anything.
So they didn't come over and engage with you?
Well, I'll be quite frank with you. My wife's on the community board. We heard nothing.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I think you have, you have raised that perspective, which I was just thinking. We have got a councillor who lives over there, but but otherwise it might have been something we wouldn't have thought of. So thank you very much for coming. Are there any other questions from the committee? No. Well, thank you very much, Patrick. That's been useful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Rachel here? Rachel Chisholm Hanson? Welcome, Rachel. Yeah. And by now you probably noticed the deal. It's 5 minutes and goes quickly.
I'll stick to it. Kia ora, my name is Rachel. I'm a resident of Ellington Road at the end of Karori. We live about halfway up. Got my driver's licence on the day I turned 15, and I'm also a lifelong cyclist and also a keen walker. I've got 3 children who are, one's at Wellington College and the others are at Karori West Normal School. So when I say a lifelong cyclist, as a child, I biked everywhere as much as I could in the 80s and 90s. When living in London and Cambridge, my main mode of transport was a bike, and I always chose that over the tube or buses just because I love being in fresh air, whatever the weather is. So I consider myself a really confident cyclist. I'm very, very unfit though. And so when I first returned to New Zealand, I was a cyclist around Palmerston North and got my kids around the city when they were preschoolers on bike seats. Now we've moved to Wellington, I thought this is great because it's my excuse to actually buy an electric bike. And living at the end of Karori, it's a must for someone of my fitness level. So when we moved to Wellington, I was looking at my transport options and I started off busing. That didn't work for me because I work full-time and there's a really tight time frames between my kids getting home from school and needing to be picked up, and I was finding with public transport even the 5 minutes to walk to the bus, that was cutting into my tight time frames with my children. So bought an e-bike, and that became the way that I get to and from work on the terrace. It's a real quick ride, 15 minutes from the back of Karori into town, so absolutely love that. The kids got a bit jealous though, and so we've actually invested in an e-cargo bike. So now my husband and I both have bikes, and we actually choose to get around the city in the weekend on bikes as well. So we love it. However, Karori Road is terrifying. I do bike on that road with my kids on the cargo bike. It is terrifying. I'm more confident when I'm just by myself. But it's a really narrow area there, particularly coming up those hills opposite Marsden College. There's often be 1 or 2 bikes parked in that left-hand lane and having to pull back into the traffic. I also feel terrible for the cars, particularly coming up Chater Street, who are caught behind me. On the whole, I find Karori drivers really, really supportive and very polite, and they'll wait to pass, but I feel bad holding up traffic. So I'm in full support of the proposals that have been put forward. I went to the council information session that was held in Karori a few months ago. Some of the stuff I see bandied about by anti-cycling people is that cyclists are these lycra-clad gung-ho cyclists, and I just wanted to come today to represent myself and friends who are middle-aged women who are not that fit and are choosing to cycle for the environment and for their children, and to make getting another car off the road, because we're in an environment crisis at the moment and we've got our heads in the sands if we think that we can just keep on the way we're going. And so I'm hugely supportive and delighted that the council is looking at these, different ways of living. I have a number of friends who sort of say admiringly to me, I would love to cycle, but I wouldn't feel safe. I know many of my friends would start cycling from Karori if it was safer to do so. I've got a few of my friends into cycling, and I've offered, at the start, I'll cycle with them to and from work to get their confidence up, but it's still terrifying. I support the raised pedestrian crossings. I know standing at those pedestrian crossings, particularly the one outside the St. Teresa's, cars often just zoom by there because there's cars parked on either side of the road and it's not a raised crossing. I'm an advocate of free-range parenting, and my kids are allowed to free range as much as possible. My kids talk about going to town, and it's to go to the Karori Mall. But having a pedestrian area there that's far more people friendly, I really, really support that. And I would love for my children to be able to bike around Karori like I biked around Fielding where I grew up. And I think these changes would help that. I've got heaps more to say, but
There's a couple of questions. So I'm not sure who was first, Councillor McNulty or Councillor Abdurrahman. I'll go with you, Ben, first, and then hopefully time for Councillor Abdurrahman.
Oh, that's all right. Pass it on to Nuruddin. I've got a screenshot.
Okay.
Cool, Rachel, and I think this is where it gets very interesting. You love cycling and your kids do, and you also have children. What it means is, example, if you take the parking area all the way down in Karori, where the car park is really tough to get it on the weekend. When I drive my kids for sport, on the weekend, we drive around. It's even difficult now, and I'm not sure what this means and how we can get the balance right. What do you say to some people who says, we can play a bit around the park while doing it all the way?
Absolutely. So if the people in Karori that were able to cycle to the park because it was made safer, all of a sudden you're going to have less cars wanting to park there in the first place. So I get, like, if you're driving from Lyle Bay and you've got a sports game at Karori Park, you're going to drive your car. But at the moment, we've got loads of people who live in Karori who are still driving their cars to Karori Park. It might be like a 20-minute walk or a 5-minute cycle. So I think that would go some way to addressing that.
Thank you. Ben, did you want a question? You're right.
No, it's still screaming.
Okay. I'll ask mine, which is, I thought about when we had another submitter. Is there a need for more bike parking at Karori Park?
Yes.
And especially covered parking, perhaps?
100%, and I've submitted to the council on this as well. So recently I biked to Singleton dentist for a dental appointment, and there's nowhere to park my bike, and the receptionist let me put my bike in the dental thing, but the second time I went there I wasn't able to do that. So I won't bike to the dentist now, even though it's like a 2-minute car ride, because I've got nowhere secure to secure my bike to. So alongside the bike lanes, we need to put that infrastructure in there as well.
And I did actually even wonder if people are cycling, they mentioned soccer games take place in all weathers, so is there even a need perhaps for some covered parking at the park, or is that less important?
I would say that covered parking is less important. Okay. I bike in all weather. I have, you can look at the scenes over in Europe and people are biking in the snow. I bike from Karori. I very, very rarely don't cycle. I've got my overalls and my jacket, and I arrive at work fresh and dry.
Wonderful. Is there any other? I think we probably have actually run out of time. But thank you. That information's been really useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Do we have David? Hi, David. As I've said to others, 5 minutes. It goes fast, and it theoretically includes time for questions if you wish it to.
Okay, I'll try and rattle on. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your concentration today. It must be tiring, but you're all looking great so far. I will get on. So my family has a happy home in Karori, and I work here on the terrace to get to work. I can drive, ride a bicycle, or get the bus, and I do all three. And while I have these choices, I recognise others don't. And while I support active travel, I accept that the car is a valid and reasonable way for many people to travel in our windy and hilly city. That said, I have 3 points about why Karori Road in particular needs to be redesigned to allow for multimodal travel. The first is that current business zoning largely drags all traffic to the high road. In the UK, I could generally walk to a shop from my house. What I have found here in Wellington is that most trips to the shop need a car or a bike. The nearest well-stocked shop to me is at least a half-hour round walking trip, and I live pretty near the main road. What that means for Karorians is that traffic leaving and returning to the suburb along that one main stretch will be met with local traffic doing local business. Every junction is busy with cars eagerly trying to jump into the snake of traffic. Unless business zoning rules for the suburb were to be relaxed, and I see no appetite or desire for that, Karori Road will forever exist as an all-day magnet for vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists, and scooters approaching from every single direction. My second point is unusual zoning for schools puts a burden on Karori Road, a potentially deadly burden. I'm bemused that Karori doesn't have a high school, and the local school for my boys in that age group will actually be in Newtown. Anyone with a real desire to deliver a sustainable eco-city might want to reflect on that arrangement. However, while I've given up on the logic, I would still like to note the impact. The main one being this: Karori to central Wellington has become incredibly dangerous for young people who use their own methods of transport to get to and from school. Mopeds, e-bikes, electric scooters all weave their way in between trucks, buses and cars. One cut me off this morning. Kid couldn't have been more than 16, 17 years old. Nearly hit him. With electric modes of transport being normalised, I can only imagine that problem will grow. Those children should be walking or cycling to a local school with their friends, but if we can't give that to them, then we must at least make their commute safer. Young people can often make bad decisions on the road, and drivers can sometimes be very, very unlucky. We need to mitigate the risk of serious injury or worse by offering safer options. I believe I employ no hyperbole by describing the Karori school run as a safety issue and an urgent one at that. My third point is a seasonal one. Sunstrike. I'd ask you to imagine the everyday picture of the only road that serves Wellington's biggest suburb. What you'll see is a sprawl of commuter traffic, sports traffic, courier vans, tradies, utes, people on bikes, school children darting across roads, the elderly carefully navigating their way to shops, bigger kids darting about on mopeds, or maybe parents hustling the daycare drop-off. If you add into that mental picture a blinding winter sun that hits the eyes of all departing traffic in the morning and all returning commuters in the evening, as a driver, I promise you the visibility is appalling. It's sometimes a struggle to see clearly beyond your own car bonnet. Again, a reason why the space on the busy Karori Road needs to be segregated or, if necessary, shared in a safer manner for all transport options. I have a summary plea, which I seem to have time for. Don't move the problem. I fear a focus that only looks at refinements to the main routes up into and through Karori. If work to provide a safer Karori Road for all forms of traffic is to be successful, then it will have to avoid encouraging motorised traffic into the adjacent roads. Drivers will always seek rat runs, those backstreet options that we feel will speed us to our destination. My street, Ranelagh Street, or Ranelagh I think you guys pronounce it, is something of a rat run, and I can promise you the speed bumps, much as I love them being there, are often treated as inconsequential by drivers who seem to think 50 kilometres an hour is a fair speed for a side street in a suburb. I fully support my council in any ambition to address the improvement of traffic flow and safety in and out of Karori. Doing nothing would reflect a lack of care. Thank you for your time. Ngā mihi, kia ora.
Thank you very much, David. I do have a question.
Sure.
I know about Sunstrike because I used to get it when I was coming up from Berhampore.
Yeah.
Anyway, there is some thought about extending the 30 kilometre an hour zone, which currently I think is in two parts,
yes,
and making more 30 kilometre an hour, a bigger 30 kilometre an hour zone. Would you support that as a kind of a somewhat making it safer for those seasonal effects, which are hard to manage?
Yeah, I definitely would. I mean, I think one of the things I'd almost support, rather than putting a number on the speed, I'd almost support a consistency along that. I'd like people to know that the whole stretch was a speed that they needed to reduce to as they were passing to schools. Yeah, I do support a continuous 30 kilometre an hour. 20 is plenty if you're thinking in terms of miles per hour, and they made a lot of the streets 20 miles safer.
So if I can just pursue that, if you're thinking about a whole big stretch that should be 30 kilometres an hour and you're a local, what would you be thinking would be logical?
And what would be logical?
Along Karori Road, where would you think to have? Would there be some point at which you could relax that, or in your view?
Probably all the way from Marsden Village just to beyond St Teresa's School.
Oh, okay.
I would just, I mean, having constant changes in speed as you dive into sort of, that's not helping anyone, because they're just accelerating, braking, accelerating. That's where the danger lies.
Okay, thank you. I think that's quite useful. Is there anyone else? We actually have a few people withdrawn, so we can probably take another question if there is one. I don't see that. Oh, yes, okay, Ray.
Thanks very much for that. We actually went up to have a look at the Karori, where the cycleway is planning to go the other day, and I actually thought that the road's actually very narrow. And so, do you think that when you have the cycleway in there, do you think that that increases the danger because the cars are going to be a lot closer to the cycleway as well?
Well, I'm not actually comfortable that I understand how the finished product would look, but I think if you have a defined area, that helps both cars and cyclists have an understanding of where they should be, where they can be. I understand Wellington has some very narrow roads, and squeezing in a cycle lane may not work. You might have to make it a shared facility, but at least having some indication of this road belongs to different types of vehicles, I think would be a great step forward.
Yeah. So would your preference be to actually have the cycle lane on the main road, or do you think it would be safer to actually take one of the side roads to have the cycle lane on a side road?
I can see within Karori where there might be some advantage to having it on the side roads, but I think if you're going to have it on those side roads, then let's also have some calming measures for those side roads, because a lot of those side roads in Karori are quite busy with traffic as well. So just throwing bikes into that mix probably doesn't. I mean, if I had my way, I would start making cul-de-sacs everywhere and keeping all the traffic on the main road, but I'm sure that's not going to get passed.
Great, thank you.
That might be another project. We're actually doing a project like that in Lyle Bay at the moment on Freiburg Street. We'll see how that one goes. But thank you very much, David. That's been appreciated.
Thank you for listening.
Now we are going to. We have got Patrick. That's brilliant timing. Do you want to catch your breath a little bit before you come and speak to us, or are you okay to go? Yeah, we've had a few changes, so. Yeah, either way, and we can be a bit relaxed because we have had quite a few people withdraw. So you can take your breath for a minute or two if you want to. You are at the minute.
There won't be a lot of questions then, will there? Okay. Yeah, I've been listening this morning, so thanks for your attention. Heard a lot of really, well-intentioned presentations here, and I guess I want to talk about values and about why people become city councillors. And usually it's usually not because everything is perfectly fine and we want to keep the city just as it is. People step up for political office because they want to see change, and they want to see change that aligns with our values as a community. So a very basic value is public safety. That's one of the things we're talking about here today. In the last 2 years, you've made decisions to make our streets safer for everyone in our community because we value public safety. It's a bare minimum thing that a city council does. So I invite you to hold on to that thought as you make decisions today. You've already made a decision to build a citywide cycling network. The hearings are really about how, the impacts of that, if there's any things that the plan has overlooked, and how those things can be adjusted. What is not up for discussion today is whether streets should be safe. Public safety is not up for a referendum, for petition, for that kind of decision. It's a very basic requirement. So please hold on to that thought. In terms of the detail, I'm not going to go too far into it, but Cycling Action Network strongly supports this plan. We think it's a really important step towards completing the citywide network of protected bike lanes. We note there's also upgrades for people who use the bus and for pedestrians as well. I also acknowledge my privilege in being able to come and talk to you today. A lot of our members and supporters can't do that. I'm lucky enough to be able to do that. Yeah, and just in terms of how far these plans go, they're not complete. This is not a complete biking network on both sides of the street that serves everyone in Karori. It is a good step forward, though. For example, there's gaps. The bike lanes aren't on both sides of the street. Their bike rides and what they need fixing. Yeah, I've heard people talk about hills and wind and whatnot. Well, I think most of us know that, there's gears, there's e-bikes, there's muscles, and several thousand people get around hilly Wellington suburbs every day by bike. So, in summary, why should people living and working and visiting Karori miss out on the benefits of a safe cycling network that other parts of Wellington are already enjoying? I'll take questions now. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. First of all, thank you always for being an advocate in this space. And I also always like asking you hard questions even when I meet you, because it's learning for all of us.
Sure.
So in this case first you said the public safety, which is very important. But when we are not putting in both sides the cycle lane, still to some extent we are compromising, which we all accept. Do you think that is acceptable in some circumstances, even when we are putting on one side? A good example would be, let's say, the Karori one, where there is an issue between the park, down all the way down Karori Road, where there is a park where it's very heavy in the weekend. Compromising in that kind of locations, even though it's not something that big favor for a lot of people who want to cycle. How do you think, where do you see the balance in those kind of very tricky areas?
So, Councillor, you're asking about Karori Park?
Yes.
Specifically, right. Okay, so it's not a steep part of the network. The road is plenty wide enough for protected bike lanes on both sides, plus enough room for buses and vehicles to get past. There is some off-street parking there already. In the side streets, there's parking there already. Again, you've been asked today to balance public safety versus the convenience of parking exactly where you want to go. I don't think this is a hard decision. So I'd say, yeah, we do need protected bike lanes on both sides of Karori Road at that location. I note further down at Appleton Park, staff have come up with a plan to take a shared path off-road there, which does preserve a lot of the car parking along Chater Street. So it seems to me your staff have worked quite hard to make changes where it's sensible, but the basic requirement is public safety that we're talking about here. Thanks.
Oh, you want another one?
So a follow-up to that is, if you see all the way down and one of the submitters says not many people coming from the bottom of the Karori Road, which means the number of car parks the council is removing from that is, I think, 100 something. So it can be more of where a conflicting position is coming. Do you still see, or it doesn't matter, even if it's small number of cyclists who coming all the way from down, we should still stick to the point?
Okay, so there's an assumption in your question that if we don't see a lot of people using a street, maybe we don't need to improve it. I would flip that around and say, if there aren't a lot of people on bikes using that route, that's exactly why we need to improve it.
No, I'm not saying, well, if you see all the way down, it's not many houses. I don't have the figure, even the population-wise. I don't know how many people live at the end of that Karori Road and how many people that specific about 100 meter or 50 meter would benefit, how many people will be benefiting out of it. And even if it's one, I want to make it safe.
Yes.
But when it's very big conflict, how can we get it right? That's what I'm asking here.
Yeah, okay. I think at the south end of Karori, you've got Makara Peak, the mountain bike park. It's a key destination for people in Wellington to come to. So this network serves, and sorry, I don't have the numbers here, but the hundreds and hundreds of people that use that facility each weekend. If we decide to break the network at that point, it limits the uptake of bicycle to get to that destination. I hope I've answered your question. I'm not sure that I have, though.
I think you have actually answered it quite well, and some of it sits in the political arena for us to make those value judgments as well. But thank you. I think you have. And there is one more, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Patrick. You made a great deal of emphasis on safety. We've had submissions where people have said that the loss of access is a safety issue because they're not mobile, they're elderly, they've got families, and so making them, removing their access to their facilities is a safety issue. is the cycling, is there any particular, how would you suggest that that the council balances off the relative merits of reduced safety, reducing the safety of some to enable the safety of others?
Sure, and I mean, I want to acknowledge the people that have come that do feel that this change to the way the street works will affect their personal use of the street. I acknowledge that those concerns are real. I grew up in Wellington, in Northland. I spent a lot of time in Karori, and every time I go down there, I notice that most of the properties along Karori Road have access to off-street parking. So I know some of the submitters talked about their visitors, are used to having the convenience of street-side parking. I think we've seen in other parts of Wellington that people are actually able to adapt their behaviour to meet those needs. For example, if I have a visitor coming who needs access to my driveway, I might move my vehicle to a side street for that day. So, yeah, I put it to you that it is possible for many people to adapt, and I think that's what we've seen around other parts of Wellington. Also, visitors are able to travel not just by personal car, taxis, buses, Uber are a thing as well, so there are certainly some options. I noticed too there are disabled car parks still in this plan, and I think council staff have been careful to provide for those in the plan. Yeah.
All right, well, I think that's we're probably at the end of our time, but thank you very much, Patrick, and we're always, as always, very appreciated that you take the time to come.
Thank you, councillors. Okay.
All right. Well, we can have a little longer for lunch, so I'm sure that's welcome. When's our next submitter after lunch? 1:15. Okay, so we'll be back at 1:15 for our second round, our afternoon session. But thanks everyone for your attention. It's I've been impressed with how everybody's stayed alert. Thanks. the Mayor online. We will make a start. We have quorum. So I'd like to welcome, if he's here, Regan Sawyer to come to the table, or podium, whichever feels best. And you get 5 minutes. It goes by quickly, and that does need to include questions if you'd like it to.
All good.
So the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me have the chance to speak in front of these councillors. It's a great pleasure and to be able to talk on this. My name is Regan Sayer. I'm talking as an individual, as someone who lives in Karori and uses Karori and Kelburn-based transport daily. So I just wanted to have the chance to say that I wholeheartedly support these proposals. From my perspective, I believe that for a city's transport system to function, it needs to have choice. And while I use buses, I use bikes, I walk as much as I can. So to have systems that support that in many regards is something that I truly appreciate. I've had the chance to speak on transport system reform in Wellington before, so I don't want to spend this time going over the same sorts of things I've spoken on previously. So what I've had the chance to do is actually go through some of the... there was a little bit of consternation about this project on various different social media platforms. I found a couple of things that I just wanted to speak to in terms of things that people were worried about in terms of this project and my views on them. So there was an idea that so bus lanes and bike lane reform shouldn't be happening on the Karori Road arterial route, the backbone of the suburb, as it were, where almost every single car enters and leaves, every single bus enters and leaves. It shouldn't be getting reduced or shrunk for the sake of public transport and bikes, potentially being rerouted onto side roads, including Tringham, Darwin, Friend Streets. I find that to be self-defeating in some cases. For example, putting bike lanes on quieter streets, which sounds good in practice, doesn't quite work when you think about the ways that people use transport to get to different hubs. For bicycles to move to the less populated side of the Karori Road, to then have to cross over Karori Road to get to where they live, if they live in Kano Street or up and near Wrights Hill, is self-defeating, and it means that it won't actually work for commuters who are wanting to take those sorts of public transport measures. It's also dangerous given the amount of traffic that goes across Karori Road, slows down traffic for commuters and cars, and generally leads to worse outcomes. Also, with the idea that Karori is a hilly suburb and shrinking the amount of space for cars will create more consternation. And I can understand where people are coming from in this regard. As someone who has gone up Chater Street daily and seen the amount of people who are willing to cross double yellow lines to get past the cyclists around blind corners, something that absolutely appalls me. What I believe is that we don't need bigger roads within Karori. It is a suburb that manages its own transport needs very well. What I think is that we shouldn't be using our arterial roads as a place for vehicle storage. Car parks along Karori Road are useful in some cases, especially for those with disabilities and for delivery trucks and that sort of thing. However, for cars who are trying to park for Karori Mall, for amenities along the Karori Road area, it does not make sense to have cars that are stationary blocking cars or transport links that are moving, of course. So it does not seem wise to me to continue to support massive amounts of parking on Karori Road, pushing those onto the side streets where they are still useful, where they are still able to link towards the amenities that people need and use every day. I believe it is a great way to reform the way that people travel within the suburb. So those are my thoughts. I'm happy to take any questions, but I'm grateful for the time that you've been able to give me today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. One of the things with Karori Road is, and you said it doesn't need to be wider, but one of the challenges is moving more people with less vehicles. And of course, Karori is a popular bus route as well. With this, there can't be any, peak time bus lanes. Do you see that being an issue for the traffic going up and down Karori Road during the peak times?
So forgive me, you're asking whether there's an issue with the idea that we can't put a bus lane into Karori Road?
Yeah, even in peak times.
I think without this massive reform of the sort of lanes that we have along Karori, it wouldn't be able to be manageable without, say, like a bus lane on one part of the road and then like line shifting in the middle to accommodate the other side of the road, depending on how it works. What I see is that we need ways to make sure traffic is flowing with buses and cars in the same lanes, and with separated bike lanes for those who are wanting to transport themselves via bike. If there was room for widening, I'd appreciate it, but I understand that we want more housing, so we don't need to be getting rid of land that's necessary. We don't want to be lessening footpaths for those who need that accessibility or want to walk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's been really useful, but we think we're out of time, but thank you very much. So I now invite Kerry Thompson. I hope I've pronounced it. Oh, Evan, sorry.
Yeah, so
Different
Kerry's
change.
up in Auckland with an employee that won an award, so I have to step in for him, if that's okay with everybody.
Lovely. Welcome, Evan.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Evan McCartney. I'm going to be representing the Makara Peak supporters in the Makara Peak Mountain Bike Park. We are a small army of volunteers that are regenerating the natural forest and developing a trail network in the Western Karori area. We have about 100,000 users or visits every single year. And just recently, because of our trapping network and our cooperation with Capital Kiwi, we have kiwi birds in the park, so you can go for a mountain bike ride and actually see the kiwi. So one of the things that we have is we're developing our master plan with the council, and we're very appreciative of the support that we get from council, and we try and work well with the council. We do have, the master plan did find that there was a limitation, is that access to the park is very limited. We have at most 30 car parks in our main lot at the entrance, and maybe 20 on the overflow. So we need better access to the park. It's a mountain bike park. Everybody's going to be on a cycle, or most people will be on a cycle. It actually is used by walkers, but most people will be on a cycle at some time. So it makes sense that they would cycle to the park. It's for recreation. It's not commuters, so it's not your hardcore people that can weave in and out of traffic. You will get your families, you will get other people, and we want them to be safe. We want people to be able to make it to the park, have a good time, and then remember that good time by the time they get home, where they're not in and out of traffic and being scared. So it is critical that we provide good access to them. There are about 50 car parks. We'd like to reserve those for small families and stuff like that, people that don't feel comfortable cycling on the road. But people on e-bikes, people that are really comfortable going down steep rock faces, they can bike to the park. So we did, in 2016, we conducted an exit survey to figure out who was using the park. About 36% of the users already cycle to the park. Of the users, over 50% are from the western suburbs, which means they can access the park by bike really easily. And about 85% are actually Wellington City people. And an e-bike makes that, coming from Wellington City, very easy because e-mountain bikes are used in the park quite regularly. It also means that 85% of the park users are ratepayers. So we strongly support having cycle access to the mountain bike park. There's only one route to the park. It's through Karori, and it just makes the most sense to actually accommodate what's going to be thousands of people every weekend commuting through Karori. I'll thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions about the park and our access to it.
Thank you, Evan. Do we have questions? I was quite interested, I'll ask one, I was quite interested in those figures. How many did you say in the weekends? Is this going to be the combined Saturday and Sunday?
So we're growing the park. Overall, we'll have 100,000 visits a year. Predominantly, that's going to be from about 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on an afternoon on a Saturday. On Wellington on a good day, you know that you get a lot more people out in the reserves. Now we have an opportunity to go and cycle with Kiwi, which is probably one of maybe a handful at most places in the world, to go and cycle at night. We do have cyclists at night. And as you know, at night visibility of cyclists, especially mountain bikers, that don't have the same high reflectivity and lights and all that stuff on the back of the bike, I'm sure everybody in this room that drives would have seen a mountain bike coming back from a night ride. They're less visible. So it'd be good to have sort of protected cycleways for people like that. So yeah, it would be thousands of people on a weekend, all going through Karori, which also increases traffic, and it also creates a burden on the local people of South Karori Road, because that will be, if you go there on a day when they do have a large event, there's no parking. Ashley will speak later about Word, which also has a lot of cars going in and out, but I'll let her talk about that. But yeah, there's a lot of use, and it's a very popular place, and we do get a lot of visits.
Thank you. That's been really useful. Oh, there's one more question.
Oh, yeah.
Have you actually ever done a survey of the people that use the park in terms of whether they, if there was a safer way to cycle, would they cycle there? Would they still use their cars or other transport means, or understanding of what is the demand in the future?
Oh, well, I think we haven't done a survey in that respect. We're mostly trying to figure out if people were cycling. We weren't trying to figure out what would cause them to cycle.
Yeah.
But I think you'll hear about a lot of ways what would cause people to cycle. And I'm probably not the best person I'm happy. I'm fine. I'm a hardened commuter. But families, I know a lot of people that safety is a major part of, are they going to get on a bike? So it's not for people like me. It's for people that are less comfortable that this helps out the most.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are out of time, but it's been very useful. Susan, Susan Sturman, is she here? Oh, sorry, no, I've skipped one. It's Greg next. Yep.
Does anyone else to hear?
No. Just squinted at my paper and missed a line.
Look it up. Jason, who's our operations manager. So I represent Master Plumbers New Zealand. We're a non-for-profit operation representing plumbers, gas fitters and drain layers across New Zealand. But most importantly, we provide New Zealand communities, businesses with essential services. I personally live in Karori. I drive an electric car and I cycle. Many of the committee members today may have chosen to bike to work. Unfortunately, this isn't an option for our tradespeople. Our industry provides essential services for Wellington ratepayers by way of water reticulation in their homes, sanitary system management, stormwater and gas fitting. And all these were deemed essential as part of the COVID operation, but most importantly for day-to-day living and public health. The Wellington City Council proposal for Karori, Kelburn and Thorndon will severely reduce the ability for available car parking for tradespeople to complete essential services for the ratepayers of Wellington. During the recent natural disasters, including the most recent in Cyclone Gabrielle, the most important services to restore were water, sanitation and gas supply. With Wellington region being an earthquake-prone region, communities are always at risk around water supply being compromised. Unlike some of the committee members here, tradespeople are unable to use cycles to facilitate key infrastructure services for Wellington communities. Furthermore, with tradespeople having to use trailers, machinery and other accessories, including drain clearing machinery, there's an additional cost that the proposal will place on ratepayers for these essential services being facilitated. We are already hearing from members finding it difficult to service existing properties across the Wellington region with the current installation of cycleways. The cycleways that are currently proposed are a significant reduction in car parking that will limit some properties for tradespeople to attend. And we are disappointed that alternative solutions have not been investigated, and furthermore, we believe the consultation with local businesses has been poorly addressed. Cycleways provide, no doubt about it, transportation options, particularly in peak times, but they also affect community and ratepayers at all times during the day. So Master Plumbers believe that the proposed cycleways, in conjunction with the current redesign of the bus stops, will restrict traffic flow in the detriment to communities. The Council themselves has recognised there is a cost of living crisis for ratepayers, and this has been exacerbated by the continued lack of investment in infrastructure, including water and sanitary pipes. Wellington Water recently, as this week, has indicated that the summer will have significant water shortages. We're already seeing the effect on ageing infrastructure and debris coming from water mains entering domestic homes. This will only get worse in the summer period caused by continued water shortages. Wellington Water has indicated that we're facing significant water restrictions, and this will be a twofold effect, including the sanitary systems that require water flow maximising through to affect the sanitary pipeline. So Master Plumbers strongly believe that you need to listen to your ratepayers of Wellington and focus on improving the water recirculation infrastructure. It's unbelievable that 40% of the precious resource being water is wasted through the current infrastructure process. And we do not believe the Wellington City Council should be prioritising cycleways that benefit a select small group of, in effect, small to medium businesses who lose efficiency, but ultimately ratepayers will have to pay for these essential services. We urge the Wellington Council to prioritise the spending and focus on the dire state of the Wellington rectification, which is affecting both domestic household and commercial small businesses. Finally, I want to say that Master Plumbers do support climate action, but we believe infrastructure is the best way that we can make the most use of our precious resource. So in summary, Master Plumbers expects the development of the proposed Karori, Kelvin, Thorna cycleways will result in costs from tradespeople having to be passed on to consumers and ratepayers alike. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you. And I do have one from Councillor Randall, and then if we have time, Councillor.
Yes, you know, in terms of the cost increase, I mean, if a plumber's looking at a property that is inaccessible, how much extra would that property owner be paying to have their plumbing issues sorted out?
Up to 30%, but the more concern is some properties we won't be able to access with the machinery required to actually clear drains, service water mains and gas fitting, because we have large machinery that needs to enter and there's not always accessible driveways to facilitate that.
Okay, and so what does the plumber do then? Just say
they're not interested in servicing that because it makes it not affordable for both them and the consumer.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you. I think we might have to leave it there, Councillor Chung. Yeah, but thank you very much. It's a useful perspective and information for us. Thank you. Now, sorry about the muck up before. So, Susan. Yes, I think we might have known each other in a past life, Susan.
Who's talking?
You're very welcome. Yeah, it's me. You're very welcome to use the mic. In fact, we probably need you to.
Is that working?
I think it is. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, my name's Susan. I haven't done this before, so I'm a bit nervous. I've been commuting by bike in Wellington since the 1980s, so lots of decades. Initially as a student because it was so cheap, then as a form of exercise, and more recently I've got an e-bike, which is better for my back, and I ride for fresh air and for convenience. And I'm also a walker, a runner and a driver. I always worry about my safety on the roads, and the new cycleways have been absolutely incredible, and for those short stretches I can ride without fear, and it changes my riding experience completely. There were two aspects to my submission. The first is that I don't need a direct route from A to B. I'm much more concerned about having the safest route, the flattest route, and the route where I can maintain my momentum. And the things that kill a cyclist's momentum are pedestrian crossings, traffic lights, buses, and those sorts of things you find on the main road. So I would be completely happy with having cycle lanes on secondary routes, and for the drivers and businesses to retain their parking on the main road. The second part of my submission was about the Glenmore Street proposal, where the uphill cycle lane is sandwiched between the footpath and the parked cars. I really think this would be a disaster. Cyclists travel at a variety of speeds, especially on an uphill, and especially with the increase in e-bikes, which travel a lot faster than push bikes. This means that it has to be possible for cyclists to overtake other cyclists. And that is not possible with the proposed solution. The faster cyclists will actually choose to use the road instead of the cycle lane. And just imagine how more irate that will make the cycle lane opponents. There seriously could be like road rage incidents. So I do have an alternative suggestion to make for that stretch up Glenmore Street. If you imagine, I don't have fancy graphics, sorry, but if you imagine the proposal is the existing wide footpath, and then there's the cycle lane, and then there's the parked cars on the uphill side. Then there's 2 lanes of traffic and no parking on the far side. So I would suggest that you pick up those parked cars and move them to the other side. So you have the same number of parks, but just on the downhill side. It's as easy to access the gardens because you can walk down the footpath and across the road to the main gate. It's more accessible for the housing and the residents to have the parking on that side. And then if you imagine what's left on the uphill side is a wide footpath that no longer gets used because there's no cars parking there now, and a wide cycle lane. So I would suggest that you use that space for the proposed cycle lane, put it on the other side by the parked cars so they can now all angle park. So that would massively increase the number of parks on that side with the angle parking. And what you're left with on the uphill side is the wide footpath, which would become the cycle lane. You'd need to smooth off the curb so that the cyclists could still overtake other cyclists by not having a lip there. So I think that would be a better solution. I hope you'll consider it and maybe make it work. But whatever you do, any cycle lane is better than no cycle lane. So please keep putting them in, because I'd like to make it to my retirement without suffering a life-altering accident on the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for that. So you're saying on the uphill route up Glenmore Street, you're saying that the footpath should be shared between bikes and pedestrians?
Yes, I don't think there'd really be any pedestrians because all the parking would be on the other side of the road, so the people getting out of their cars would be using that. And people walking up the hill almost always take the gardens route because it's so much prettier.
Oh, yeah, okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Just out of interest, what's the most frightening thing currently on your route, say, into the city from where you live?
It would be trucks.
Trucks, okay. Yeah. And do you see any conflict, like if you were to do what you're suggesting with angle parking and then you've got quite fast downhill bike traffic, do you see potentially risk with
It's slightly better.
that?
It's slightly better for the downhill bike traffic because you don't have to worry about doors opening into you. So angle parking is better than parallel parking for cyclists.
Okay, all right. that's yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah. I think we have run out of time, but thank you, Susan. It's been useful. Thank you. We've got Ash, have we? Online. Welcome, Ash.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Can you hear me
have
okay?
5 minutes. Thank you, and it's all yours.
Oh, fabulous. Kia ora, ko Ash tōku ingoa. And I am here today as the founder of WORD, which is World Off-Road Riding Department. Some of you might have heard of us. We are a youth mountain bike charity. And I am so excited to talk to you all today about cycle lanes. I should say I have lived in Karori and spent many a times riding my bike into town. And I guess that gives you that really, really clear experience of what it's like to be someone on the road with a bike. I've also driven a lot into town. I don't currently reside in Karori, but it's a really near and dear place to my heart. So on to the kids. So we run after school programs and holiday camps for young people, Rangatahi and Tamariki, all throughout the region. We have about 225 young people riding this term. How cool is that? Like 225 kids after school going for a ride. And half of those are at Makara Peak. we are so grateful and lucky to be able to ride there. And really cool to hear Evan speaking just before. There's 100,000 visitors a year to the peak, and we'd like to think we're a huge chunk of that. So I guess with all of these numbers, 30% of our riders are girls and young women, and with our entire cohort, we asked them, what are some of the biggest barriers you have to going for a ride, specifically with us at Word? And in top 3, sure enough, was transport, actually being able to get from school or work to the trails. And we look at that, and I think that this piece of work, this cycling infrastructure, the ability to have a separated cycleway from town and schools to Makara Peak is massive. Evan commented about commuters, and I guess you can kind of say this is kids commuting, right? And I guess we would really love to see these cycle lanes happen so we can break down those barriers and have more young people be able to actually cycle, to get to Word instead of being in their cars. We know that there's parking issues and all of that, but in reality, we would love to see young people using active transport to be able to get to not only just our programs, but out to Makara Peak. So yeah, I guess, that's about it. I didn't want to take up too much time, but I know we're on a schedule here, but just really invite you all to consider, these young people and their families. So cool. Any questions? Happy to take them.
Do we have any questions? Actually, I think you've been incredibly clear with your advocacy. I don't see any questions. Is anyone online with a question? No, thank you very much, Ash. It looks like we haven't got questions, but you've obviously been really clear. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Ka kite.
Ka kite. Do we have Andrew? Welcome, Andrew. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Andrew Cooper aho. So Ash, in terms of the agenda, was representing Word. I'm representing myself as an individual, but I will preface that with the fact that I am a cycling and public transport advocate. I am on the committee of Makara Peak Mountain Bike Park Supporters Club, and I'm on the board of Trails Wellington. I'm also a transport consultant by trade, specialising in public transport policy and strategy. So my submission is in overwhelming support for the Career Connections proposed program. And I'd like to actually congratulate the City Council in terms of the boldness of the vision for improving cycling and public transport connections to and from Karori and, for that matter, other suburbs. And it is only once we have those sort of network effects, the integrated connectedness of cycleways, of public transport priority, that we start getting the massive gains that we get with providing alternatives for people to travel in their cars. While I support the program, there is one exception to the Career Connections program, and that is, and is touched on by a previous submitter, around the link of the cycleway up Glenmore Street past the Botanic Gardens. I take a different view, though, from that submitter in terms of the solution. So at the moment, I would classify the cycleway sandwich between the footpath and the parked cars as potentially bronze standard. It is separated, but it is sandwiched between parked cars and a footpath, whereas there's a gold standard available immediately adjacent through the Botanic Gardens. So my advocacy is to look at an off-road cycleway for that connection, for that section of cycleway that goes through the gardens, through the main gates, to the right-hand side there, where there's a nice wide path, and up and out near that large stand of bamboo further up Glenmore Street, where you'd then reconnect. And if you're being really bold, putting a further extension to that up the hill to connect up into Kilburn as well. So the proposal at the moment, as it stands, with the on-road between parked cars and the footpath, has a number of disbenefits that are very easy to avoid by taking the cycleway off-road. And that is, there's a risk to cyclists of being doored, hit by an opening door. Drivers of vehicles tend to look generally because they're expecting traffic or cars potentially coming over their right-hand shoulder. Passengers, on the other hand, getting out of a car, do not expect a cyclist or other moving object to be coming up on their inside. So you've heightened the risk for cyclists of being injured through being doored. Also creates a risk for visitors of the Botanic Gardens who are parking in those car parks to then have to cross that cycleway, particularly when you think that a lot of the visitation are families with young children. And I'm all for reprioritising road space away from car parking, but the loss of the car parks on the other side of Glenmore Street, when it is unnecessary, is really going to impact Wellingtonians' ability to access the Botanic Gardens. If they have to hunt for car parks further away, they're simply not going to visit. And again, this can be quite easily avoided by looking at a cycleway through the gardens that is both safer for cyclists. It would be a nature-based, albeit small section of nature-based commuting trail that would be far more enjoyable for cyclists, and it doesn't take away Wellingtonians' current level of accessibility to the Botanic Gardens.
Of time.
Any questions?
I'm really interested that you've identified the same issue, which I've actually identified myself and been talking to staff about. What do you think about the previous submitter's suggestion to have the parking actually on the other side of the road versus the way it's now presented?
I wouldn't support that.
Why not?
Because a big chunk of the car parking along Glenmore Street, certainly it's used for multiple purposes, but a lot of that is accessibility. So you're just making it that much harder again. You're still taking away a lot of car parks that are accessible. The majority of people will visit the gardens via cars, and that will be the case for the foreseeable future. And I think it's completely unnecessary when there's an option within the gardens. As for the angle parking, I think that's as we know in Thorndon Quay, it adds danger for cyclists by people reversing out of cars.
She also suggested that if the parking was on that side, not necessarily angle parking, you wouldn't have as much foot traffic on the footpath, and you could use that for bikes.
I cycle that route every day, and there's an enormous amount of people just walking on the footpath.
You don't consider that her suggestion was that the walkers could enjoy that nature pathway through the gardens?
Well, they don't now.
Okay.
A lot of them don't now.
All right. Okay. I've probably used all the available extra time. Does anyone else have a quick question? No. Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you. Can we now move to Amina, if she's here? She's online?
I am online, yes.
Thank you.
You can hear me? Yeah.
There's 5 minutes, which goes by quite quickly. But
yes, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm here formally representing the Environmental Reference Group to the City Council. I wasn't part of the submission because I only joined recently. 3 points. We're super supportive and see amazing advantages to decarbonizing transport in the city. So overall, the tone of the written submission and the submission that I'm presenting now is very positive. But then there's some little points for.
Amina, sorry, you're coming and going a bit.
Oops.
Just keep going. You're back now.
Okay, cool. The path going through the Appleton Park is going through an area that is prone to flooding, and has been historically known to flood, and there are other environmental hazards that are happening in that space, earthquake risks and stuff. This should be probably considered in synergy so that the path is not installed in a way that would make the water issues worse, because the storms are likely to continue increasing and that sort of stuff. So maybe a solution that includes porous asphalt or something that is managing water as part of the same intervention could be good. There are a couple of other spots on Karori Road that tend to flood that might become cycleways as part of this intervention. So again, considering whether some improvements of the resilience of the infrastructure for water could be integrated into the intervention. The tunnel stretch of the way the cyclists could go through the tunnel is not defined in the consultation documents, and that's a really fragile point that would need careful design and resolution. So I can't comment on it apart from saying that's make it or break it point for this particular route. Finally, I'm a resident of St. Albans Avenue, which is one of the areas from where people park cars to access the mountain biking areas. I have observed in the last decade a very significant increase of tourists to our street, to the point that they park now about halfway through the street. The street has areas where traffic, because of the parked cars, for the properties that don't have car access, so they have to be parked somewhere on the street if they're going to have a vehicle. The road is narrowed to single lane, and all the residents know how to navigate these narrow spots and the gaps between cars, but the visitors don't. So the risks of leaving that part of the street unregulated is increasing by increasing the supply of cyclists to our area. The front part of the street, the start of the street, has had a situation in the last couple of years when nobody could drive in and out of the street because the parked cars were blocking the way for any vehicle traffic whatsoever, including emergency services, of course. We had to involve police, I think, with some emergency services to get that resolved. So some regulation, there's some yellow lines are probably needed, and that's not a very to the car parks. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Amina? No, I think that's been quite useful well, combined with your environmental reference group experience and your local experience, it's actually been really useful information for us, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alex.
Kia ora koutou, ko Alex Dyer, tōku ingoa. I'm presenting just now as an individual and joined with Caroline later on behalf of Cycle Wellington. So just an individual submission on this. I've been chipping in on some feedback for the designs through the process, and just want to convey my thanks for the vision and ambition for this particular part of the network. It's an incredibly important connection to one of New Zealand's largest suburbs. So really important to see great connections for walking, cycling and public transport all being considered in this project, and congratulations to everybody for progressing this. I just have a little sequence of my own personal thoughts. I know that the Botanic Gardens is quite a contentious challenge for parking. I think it's worth pointing out that we need safe connections for active transport before we need to retain parking for people to visit the Botanic Gardens. I think it's quite the juxtaposition that we are trying to celebrate nature by the Botanic Gardens and welcoming polluting vehicle access still. And I'm think that the solution isn't quite there yet. I don't agree with putting the path through the putting people on bikes through the Botanic Gardens. And I'm pleased to see I'm not pleased to see parking retained in general, but since it has been retained, I am encouraged to see it on the uphill side, because we've had quite the discussion about which side of the street to retain parking if you're going to. And my feeling is that it's safer to be on the side where the cyclists are going to be travelling generally slower, rather than on the downhill. The risk of dooring at higher speeds downhill is much greater. So the hairpin bend on Glenmore at the top, we really need really good separation there, especially as I know that there's some bendy buses potentially coming. So we need to get that right, because if that's not got good separation around buses around there, it's going to put off a lot of people using the entire route. And Appleton Park, my own personal view on that is that the solution of a shared path through there is on the disappointing side. I think there are solutions that could have been followed where the bike lane proper stayed on the road carriageway. And the answers that I was given that it couldn't be done that way weren't very satisfactory. And it's also sort of bound up in, I'm not sure that a satisfactory solution to that entire area in relation to the Chater Street black spot, which is very dangerous for people on bikes in general. So the direction into town is still unsure how safe that will really be. And the shared path through Appleton Park, I think it's not a win that we're using new green space, even if it is to fit bikes in, when there is other space that we could have used. Really encouraged to see a good extra little connection being worked through right at the very far end to connect with the South Karori and the school that was right on the end of that stretch, because I feel like that wasn't in the outset. The scope didn't quite stretch that far, but I'm glad to see some work has gone in there too. So that's me.
Cool, Alex. First of all, I would like to say good on you for your consistency on advocating for what you believe. And my question for you would be, I know you bike everywhere, which is there are a lot of people who want to do it as well. For some people, that's not the reality. Let's say an example of the Karori Park, where I myself, I'm a very huge fan of biking community, but I drive there myself. I live in a very different side. When you go there to drop the kids, you need a parking. Parking is very difficult in some of those areas. What would you say to some people at this stage where you struggle to get a parking, you're not confident enough to bike, or biking is not for you, and we don't have a transport that takes you in those locations? And what kind of balancing you are okay to accept as individual advocate?
I don't think I have much of a choice about what I'm willing to accept as an advocate, because we are dominated by cars as it is. I don't think that's I'm not sure I have an answer for you other than to be able to seek out better conditions that make it plausible for you to use less car and more biking, more public transport, better walking access, and for the amenities that you need to travel to be closer in general and more in your immediate neighbourhood, and that's the job of city making. So I think that's it's worth reflecting on. It's not any one individual's fault that they are stuck in car dependency, and that they need to speak up about making conditions better, that they can make other choices more easily.
Oh, thank you for that. We have run out of time, but that was a very fulsome answer, and thank you, Alex.
Cool, thanks, everyone.
Peter Andre? Yeah, lovely to have you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Peter Andre. I've been resident in Karori since 1987. I've commuted by bicycle from that the whole time. I'm strongly pro-cycling. That's the background. My written submission, I addressed lots of minor details. I don't want to look at any of those. I want to talk about two big concerns that I have. The first is, I believe the most important goal of the proposal is improving the rush hour capacity in and out of Karori to enable the suburb to keep growing. This must be addressed. Things like cycle lanes and other things, those are niceties. This is the critical bit. And I think the most important bit of that capacity is the choke point, which is the tunnel and the two intersections each side of it. Apart from making the tunnel wider, which I take as an infeasible solution at the moment, it would be nice, the only way we can address the capacity in and out of Karori for rush hour is to get people through the tunnel and those intersections faster. Increasing the number of cyclists will not improve that at all, quite possibly make it worse, in my opinion. It certainly won't make any significant difference. There is one part of this proposal that addresses this goal, and I strongly support it, and that is increasing bus travel by allowing articulated buses which will have more people. And I'll get them through that choke point faster, and that is, to my mind, the critical and most important part of this proposal. I think it's good, I support it, but it's not enough. The proposal which allows articulated buses to make that effective and have enough people using those buses to affect the traffic capacity means we will have to add other stuff to the public transport, in particular, how to get people from their homes up on the hills on the sides down to the Karori Road where the buses are. And I would urge the council to focus particularly on this critical goal, rush hour capacity. And I think you should be requiring the proposal to address this goal more effectively. And I suggest that it will particularly need more rush hour public transport capacity from the edges of the suburbs down to that main road to get more people on those buses so we can get people in and out. So that's the first big issue. Second issue is the cycle lanes. The only cycle lanes in the proposal that I support are the ones across Appleton Park. I think that's a no-brainer because it's easy. And up the Chater Hill, where cyclists currently slow down the traffic badly and they cause cars to go across the yellow road. It's just dangerous for everyone. We need it there. Perhaps round the loop, under the viaduct. I'm not at all convinced that the other proposed cycle lanes are worth introducing. I'm speaking, remember, as a cyclist who's very supportive of increasing cycling. First, I don't think the proposed cycle lanes will significantly increase cycle usage. The safety issue is the critical thing. People won't adopt cycles unless they feel safe. But all the lanes that we can introduce, and it's as many as we can, is less than half of the return route. Cyclists or potential cyclists who are cautious and afraid are not going to take it because half the route is safe when the other half is desperately unsafe. All the downhill is still cars going at 50, some bikes going at 45 or 50, and some bikes going slowly. It's just too dangerous. So we won't increase cycle traffic much with this proposal, in my view. Secondly, if cycle traffic increased, we actually got significant number of cyclists, we don't have them yet, the proposed lanes are too narrow to support it. One of the other speakers talked about being able to pass or overtake. Cyclists have a much wider range of speeds than cars. You need to be able to pass.
Peter, you might need to make your last points.
Okay. Third, the cycle lanes will increase resentment to drivers. That's dangerous. Fourth, the cost of the lost on-road parking is much too high. The proposal does not address all those costs. We heard the tradespeople and all the other people. I urge you to reconsider the cycle lanes at minimum delay the far end of Karori, probably restrict just to the uphill Jata Street. Okay.
Thank you. I think we have run out of time, but that was very clear. And thank you for articulating your 3 points so coherently. Can we invite Peter Jones? Are you in the room or online? Online. Welcome, Peter.
Online, thank you. Hello, how are you?
Good. Yeah.
Greetings from Karori. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the proposed Karori Cycleway. I am a Karori resident and ratepayer. I'm not opposed to cycleways, but I am strongly opposed to the planned Karori Cycleway in its current form. I grew up in Hawke's Bay and from an early age cycled everywhere, to and from school, work, for recreation. I cycled thousands of kilometres around Hawke's Bay cities, towns, countryside, hills, never encountered an issue or felt unsafe. In the mid-90s, I relocated my family to Wellington, which I believe to be a progressive, stimulating environment for my children to develop in. I determined that Wellington was not a cycle-friendly city due to various factors: hilly terrain, we moved to Brooklyn, narrow winding streets, and inclement weather. I ceased riding, but on my first day here, my young daughter, decided to test the terrain and rode off without my knowledge. She had an accident. She required multiple stitches to her face and still bears the scars. In 2017, I moved to Karori with my wife, Juliet, who will speak next. I sold my car and I bought an e-bike. I commuted to work in the city, I rode for recreation. The e-bike gave me back some of the joy of cycling. Again, I never encountered any significant issues, but I was an accomplished rider, I guess. I never felt unsafe or the need to be physically separated from the traffic. An e-bike does give you some advantages. But what I see Wellington Council attempting to do is stamp a generic cycleway template on our city at great cost, without much thought to viability or actual usage. The build it and they will come social engineering approach to implementing cycleways in the hope of bringing more people out on bikes is not supportable or, I believe, financially viable. My wife doesn't cycle, and having a new cycleway 200 metres from our home won't change that. Instead of spending $4 million on disrupting Karori's only main thoroughfare in the vain hope that a few more people will take to bike, why not offer Karori ratepayers a rebate for purchasing a bike like they do in the public sector? Let's see how many people are keen to actually get on a bike. My wife and I, along with Justin Smith, who spoke earlier, spent some time down at Karori Mall representing Shared Spaces Karori, talking to people about the proposed cycleway. I recommend you try it. Overwhelmingly, the people we spoke with, locals, visitors, business owners, and a former mayor of Wellington, were opposed to the cycleway in its current form. And Justin spoke to that. I have a long career in project management. I've worked with Wellington Council, various government agencies, central government up to Prime Minister level, and the private sector. I'm currently semi-retired. I've personally witnessed waste of public money, a lack of fiscal responsibility and accountability, and poor governance. Wellington Council does not have a great track record when it comes to capital projects, I must say. I note the disastrous trolley bus conversion project, the recent LED street lamp project that endangered people's lives because someone in council neglected to mention in the design requirements that the city is windy. The town hall project, which I'm sure we all know about, blown out from 43 million to 329 million over 10 years to produce what exactly? A construction site with no end in sight. This does not engender public confidence in the council's ability to spend our money wisely. Over $4 million for a Karori cycleway represents what exactly? $1 million per kilometre, more or less. 166 kilometres of cycleways are planned for Wellington. Is there any hope of spending less than 200 million on this confusing array of colour-coded pathways ringed with bollards and ramps and vague signage? Looking at the project itself from the outside, I make the following high-level observations. The Big Bang approach. The move from design straight to build is risky and outdated. Where is the prototyping? You want to spend $4 million of our money? Why isn't there a proof of concept or model specific to our community that allows public feedback? Temporarily implement part of the proposed solution, temporary road markings, barriers, bus stop closures, and relocations. Let's see how it works or doesn't work before Karori's main road is changed permanently. Benefits realisation. Is there a project benefits realisation plan?
Okay,
If
Peter,
not,
we might need you to make your last point or two, but I think Juliet's also got 5 minutes, so...
yes, she does, sitting next to me. Is there a benefits realisation plan? If not, how do you know if benefits are realised? Alternative designs. Many people we've spoken to would like to see alternatives. But finally, the mandate. Why does Wellington Council believe it has an automatic right to radically alter our suburb? The council has at least one democracy advisor in strategy and governance. I suggest council put democracy to the test. I request a referendum of Karori ratepayers only to vote on this proposal. Let the actual stakeholders, not people from outside our local community, decide whether council has any mandate to proceed with this plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Now, we did have a question, and we'll see if there's time at the end of Juliet's presentation. But there was a question from Councillor McNulty. Juliet, you've also got 5 minutes, but that does need to include questions, and there are a few. So,
good afternoon, and thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before this Wellington City Council committee in support of my written submission regarding the proposed Karori Connections Transport project, which I will refer to as the project throughout the rest of my oral submission. My name is Juliet Lum, and I have been a resident of Karori for most of my youth and adult life. I, along with my husband, Peter Jones, have also been a Karori ratepayer for the past 7 years. Public transport passenger and pedestrian, and I'm strongly opposed to the project design in its current form. Furthermore, I wish to support and highlight 2 written submissions as follows. The submission by residents and staff of Huntly Home, Karori, and the submission on Karori Connections by Andy Foster, the former Mayor of Wellington. As a family member of a deceased resident, I am now working as a volunteer of Huntly Home, the residential care and respite facility situated on Karori Road, and I am astounded at the prospect of access to the home being limited further by the proposed project design, especially by the inconvenience of on-road parking on Karori Road, close to the home being eliminated, plus access to public transport for staff, visitors, and able-bodied residents being altered. Huntly Home has limited off-road parking available for residents, visitors, 24/7 care home staff, volunteers, mobility car parking, trades and supply vehicles, plus emergency services vehicles. I have personally witnessed on regular occasions when the car park area is full to the max, plus overflow parking up and down Karori Road and on feeder streets close to Huntly Home have also been fully utilised. It should also be noted that peak times for visitors, of which many are not able-bodied themselves, are weekends, public holidays, and when the home holds regular functions for residents and their families. I therefore strongly recommend that the council, under the proposed project design, reconsider the elimination of car parking on Karori Road close to and opposite the Huntly Home driveway. During winter months and late evenings, I have also witnessed staff arriving to work via public transport after running down the driveway towards the entrance to Huntly Home in the dark and/or under atrocious weather conditions. I'm sure you can all appreciate how valuable care home staff are to our communities, especially after the recent COVID-19 lockdowns, and with the proposal to move the downward bus stop currently situated alongside the Huntly Home driveway and the elimination of the upward bus stop on the opposite side of Karori Road, that both these changes could affect the health and safety of the staff who use public transport. I therefore strongly recommend that the council, under the proposed project design, reconsider the changes to the position of the bus stop alongside the Huntly Home driveway, number 4326, and the elimination of the bus stop on the opposite side of Karori Road, number 5326. Lastly, I wish to acknowledge Andy Foster's very thorough written submission by paying special attention to items listed under the heading Campbell Street. Of a raised pedestrian platform where Campbell Street and Corey Road intersect. However, with the anticipated extra traffic flow due to the future development of a Ryman retirement village on Campbell Street, plus the large number of school children walking to and from Karori Normal School and Marsden Collegiate, I would also suggest that the council would be wise to consider installing additional traffic lights at this intersection as part of the project design. In conclusion, I would strongly urge that the council delay the start of the project until further analysis and investigation has been carried out in accordance and with consideration to all written and oral submissions, and that the allocated budget be best used for not only improving Karori connections, but also improving and maintaining essential infrastructure in the suburb of Karori. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ben, I will let your question go. I mean, you take it, ask it if you want, if you still want.
Cool, thank you. I guess I was just interested in the point raised around, whether the build it and they will come approach does work or not. Looking at the transport data, for instance, we've got Glenmore Street. September year on year has more than 50% increase in the ridership from last year. We know in Kent Terrace we saw an almost doubling.
Sorry.
This is the Kenmore Street counter. Glenmore Street, September from 2022 to 2023, we're looking at 6,000 trips versus almost 10,000. So there's and then you've got Kent Terrace, obviously, where we've seen an almost doubling year on year, and we've seen across the network consistent 10, 20, 30% growth. So sorry, these just
you are talking percentages. Have you got actual numbers?
We're talking. Well, I've got numbers. So, for instance, here we've got Glenmore Street, and we've got 6,000 trips in 2022 and almost 10,000 in 2023 for that counter. So, I just want to know with that kind of data that's showing percentage increases 10, 20, 30% month on month across the network last year. And so, am I going to be able to finish my question, please? Does that challenge the build it and they will come narrative? You're obviously stating that's not the case, but we are seeing these increases across the city. So how do you correspond that data with the point that you've put forward?
Referring back to those numbers, where are you seeing the largest increases? In what areas and what build?
Well, I think I'm just repeating myself at this point. So where the Botanic Gardens one at Glenmore Street has gone in, we're seeing 4,000 more people riding in September 23 than we are in September 2022. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Do you think that has anything to do with the implementation that we're putting in? Are we inducing demand, or do you think that that's just a fluke?
I don't know. I'd have to have a look.
Okay. Okay, I think that's probably the answer. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Ben. And thank you to both Peter and Juliet. Thank you both for coming and spending your time talking to us. And I've certainly written copious notes, and we will make sure that we have another look at the written submissions that you've mentioned. Yeah, thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Catherine.
Me
Welcome.
again. Thanks for letting me talk today. I have no recollection of what I wrote in my submission, and I didn't get a copy, and I haven't got time to go through the agenda. So my main points are, every single cycle lane proposal states, oh, we'll make it safer for everyone. That's totally wrong. It doesn't make it safer for everyone. It only makes it safer for cyclists. It doesn't make it safer for those people getting off a bus with a cycle lane between the bus and the footpath. The other week I saw a woman on an e-bike go straight through 6 kids that got off at a bus stop, and she didn't give 2 hoots. I also have been abused by cyclists when I stop for a let a bus, the passengers get off, they abuse me, then they go up on the footpath and ride through everybody. So it's a misnomer to say that this proposal makes it safer for everyone. And that leads me to the point where when you learn to fly a plane, you go to lessons. When you ski, you go to lessons. When you drive, you go to lessons. You learn the road code. There's no consequences for people on bikes who don't follow the rules. Just cycling here today, there were 2 people ran a red light on a bike and 3 of them weren't wearing helmets. There needs to be much more consequences for not respecting other users of the space. And I would like to see if bus stops, in-lane bus stops are going to be continued, I'd like to see a compulsory stop for all cyclists coming up to that bus stop if there's a bus arriving, sitting, or even leaving. In particular, outside the Botanic Gardens, that cycle lane is not safer for everybody. Those with mobility issues who don't deserve a mobility park have got to navigate the concrete rise to get out. Parents with kids who are excited about going to the gardens like to get hit by a cyclist because most of them, and I ride everywhere all over Wellington, got their heads down, particularly on e-bikes, not looking where they're going. They're on a lane, so they expect right away. So I'm concerned about that. I do not want to see any sort of cycle lane through the Botanic Gardens. Cyclists were banned because they were arrogant and inconsiderate, which spoilt it for the rest of us. But Botanic Gardens, in the council's own words, is a destination park, and removing the parking will make it just a park. I'm concerned about the cycle lane up Chater Street. The experience with Brooklyn Road is it's always full of crap, and it gets swept in the morning. By the afternoon, when people, the majority, use it, it's full of crap again. And not having, so I'm just concerned about that. I won't be using the Chater Street one. I'll be going up the road and leaving myself open to abuse. And as someone else mentioned, the kind of proposals that are being put through for cycle lanes do create an us and them. And in terms of Appleton Park, I'm not sure that there needs to be a shared park, a shared pathway. If you're going to put a pathway through, make it for pedestrians only. The cyclists can use the road or the footpath, which is already there between the trees and the parked cars. I don't see any need to make a special allowance for cyclists when, look, I'm pro-cycling, but I'm sick of being told that I'm experienced and the cycle lanes aren't for me. I'm sick of being abused because I don't use the cycle lanes because I don't feel safe on them. And what else have I written down here? Yeah, that's pretty much me. That's my bit. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Katie, for continuing to come and talk to us. And believe it or not, occasionally we do make some changes.
Yeah. So thank you for the ones the 11 out of 19 that were made to you and Nuruddin. Thank you.
So Nuruddin, you've got a question.
Again, thank you, Katie. My question for you is, again, I want to come from different side and asking you. So let's say as someone who's traveling, I can travel from Karori all the way and driving on the road and come and find a parking, but my neighbor who chose to bike, the road is not safe for them. For me, I can drive.
Who's saying?
Let me finish. Sorry. So what I would, if I can get driving on the road at the same time, can have access to parking, why can't my neighbor who chose to bike can't get access to safe biking?
My answer to that is I'm not sure what's leading to the term unsafe biking. I think it's possibly cyclists who don't know what they're doing, and I see all of it every day. And I see people the assumption is that you can get on a bike and go anywhere you like and you'll be safe. You still have to know what you're doing. You should still have to do a pedal-ready course or something before you're allowed on the road as a cyclist. Even cyclists in the cycle lanes are arrogant and entitled towards other people who might be in their way or not going fast enough. But also, if the council's going to reduce the speed limit to 30 km across the city, let's just share the space and not put all this money into cycle lanes, which won't be needed.
Cool, thank you. The only correction that I want to make is, yes, there are some cyclists who might act certain ways, the same way for drivers. So I think it's not only cyclists, there are a lot of them who are good, and just the same way for car drivers as well. Just correction there.
After, time's up.
Time is a bit up, but thank you very much, Catherine, Katie. Marion, are you here online? Hi, Marion. You know the drill. It's 5 minutes.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Dr. Marion Layton. I have presented at many of these. Nice to see some of you again. Hello to those of you who are new faces. I am representing doctors for Active Safe Transport. We've put a submission in for the proposed changes in Karori, particularly looking at the health benefits from active transport. I'm not going to spend time getting into the nitty-gritty. Many of your other submitters have done that. As you can see, I'm on Zoom today because I am at work dealing with the health consequences of heart disease, of cancer, of diabetes, of dementia, of people dying younger than they should be because they are not able to easily access utility activity. So that is being active, getting from A to B, getting from home to school, home to work, home to the supermarket. Overwhelming evidence now that this makes a difference to our ongoing health. And while we're discussing, can we afford to spend $4 million on a cycleway through Karori, this is a drop in the ocean compared to the health cost tsunami that we are looking at for the taxpayers of New Zealand over the next 30 to 50 years, which we cannot afford. Anything we can do across the country to reduce that burden is absolutely vital. And you have our health budget and you're calling it transport, and you need to take really responsible decisions to increase mode shift, we're hoping for 10 to 20% of commuters and utility journeys to be done by bike across the city. In order to reduce this burden. Obviously, we also love to see people catching our buses and walking where they can, and they need to feel safe, which is different to necessarily the nitty-gritty of whether they are safe and what the statistics are. We know they will come when they feel safe. In Christchurch, women cyclists during peak hour has increased from just under a third to just under a half of the total cycling population because they've put in separated cycleways. And in the cities that have not put in separation of their cycleways, we don't see that increase in women cyclists. It will reduce congestion because, of course, every single person that cycles is no longer taking a car. That reduces congestion massively, and it's imperative to ensure that Wellington continues to thrive and makes peak hour easier for those who have to be in their cars, and there are always going to be those people. So we would like to ask that the council continue with the proposed cycleways, aim for separated cycleways wherever you can, and joined up cycleways from the main suburbs. Karori is the largest suburb in our city, to enable those people to make active choices and get down into town. And I've got lots more things I could say, but I'll stop there to allow for questions and potentially a bit of catch-up time.
Thank you, Marion. Are there questions? Yes, Councillor Randall.
Thank you for that. I'm just interested in terms of your efforts to promote cycling. What percentage of the population do you think are able to cycle versus are not able to cycle?
Oh, in terms of physically able to cycle, it's most people. I think there have been studies done in other places which take it up to 80–90% of people. Many people who are disabled can cycle when they can't walk and use other forms of activity. Many people who are ill can cycle much more easily than they can walk. And again, the invention of the e-bike dealing with our narrow streets and our hills, even with e-bikes, I think to suggest that that number of people will actually get on a bike and cycle on a regular basis is aspirational at best. So I think if we were going to say it was really amazing, we'd be talking 40–50% of people having a bike and regularly using it. And as I say, 20% of people in and out of town at peak hour, which is when our main congestion is happening for schools, for commuters, for people actually getting around and getting on with their lives, which is different to the recreational cyclists who would encompass the rest of the population.
So Marion, I'm going to jump in and ask, we have been putting in cycleways and we've made a wee bit of difference. Are you noticing anything Can you give us any feedback?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously Councillor McNulty was talking about some of the increases that we've seen already. The Newtown to City cycleway has been transformational already. You know, we are seeing heaps more cyclists, and that was opened in the middle of winter when, if I might say so, we had some pretty awful weather. And people do say, oh, Wellington has terrible weather. Wellington has all these hills. There are plenty of other terrible weather hilly cities all over the world where people cycle all the time, but they've only do that because their councils have put in the infrastructure to make it.
Thank you, Marion. I don't know if you can hear me. You're coming and going a little bit, but we have run out of time, but thank you as always.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on now to Sean.
Good afternoon, everyone. First time doing this, so a bit nervous, so please apologies for that. Thanks for the opportunity today.
You're welcome.
My family live on Chater Street, and we'd just like to highlight to the committee and the council negative impact of some of the proposed changes, on our street will have on our everyday life. So it is meant to be a personal viewpoint, individual viewpoint, and it will be concentrated on, the upper Karori Street segment. As outlined in the proposal and from personal experience, not all properties along this route have garages, and even those with off-street parking don't necessarily have room for all the cars in the household. So on-street parking is vital for some of the properties in the segment. The proposed removal of parking spaces will have a huge detrimental effect, and in contrast with statements and findings in the PMP, will significantly reduce accessibility for local residents with minimal mitigation opportunities available. The number of spaces to be removed is severe, reducing the current parks by nearly a half. And from experience again, they're generally very well used and nearly all used overnight. There is very little alternative options in our area with minimal available side streets, as is typical, I guess, for Wellington. As per the PMP, the only side street in our segment is Standard Street, and in contrast to the survey data and the plan, in our experience, it is usually very busy, so the available spaces are likely to be further down the street. This means our alternatives in terms of parking, will not be accessible within the 3 to 5 minutes stated in the plan, but more likely 5 to 10 minutes away. And for young kids, older people, or even just returning with groceries or the takeaways, this is obviously going to have a big impact. In addition to, I know there's a submitter earlier on from the plumbers talking about tradespeople as well. So given this, we believe the assessment of the traffic resolution that the impact of the proposed changes is low is incorrect, and it's more likely to be very high or high as described in the council's parking policy. At a high level, we question along with other submitters why an alternative route through the less busy Burwood Haddon Friend Streets has not been explored or followed, as this would presumably be less disruptive for everyone. Now, if the changes are made to Chater Street, we ask the council to prioritise keeping as many parking spaces as possible for the segment, and have some suggestions based on being a local and living in the part of the street in terms of potential mitigations. Firstly, we think there can be some additional parks accommodated within the design. For example, and this is getting, I suppose, into quite specifics, but there is should be room for 4 spaces outside of 62 and 64 Chater Street. There is some raised vegetation there on road reserve, and we suggest even if a metre or 2 of that is knocked out at the top of that, it could accommodate easily another park. Also note that there should be room for additional parks further up Chater Street outside 74, number 74. Also note that there's a shared path for bikes and pedestrians being proposed at the top of Chater Street, just down from the lights. We believe that the paths could be merged earlier than this, as the footpath on that side is seldom used, because most people going into town will use the footpath on our side. And given that the plans already include a 1 metre shoulder, there should be room for a shared footpath bike lane earlier than what's been proposed, which should allow for more retention of spaces either on that side of the road or on the downhill side. Further, if spaces are removed, we believe that there is a strong case for some or most of the parking spaces to be made residents only, which is consistent with other places in the city, and that's consistent with the parking policy of reprioritising remaining on-street spaces to residents. We acknowledge the wider rationale for the changes, but also believe that the effect of the changes on residents' everyday lives should be considered carefully, particularly where there's a lack of mitigating factors and alternatives. And an effort should be made to maximise any mitigation where possible. Finally, if there are changes, we are concerned it actually makes that part of the road more dangerous for users, in contrast to the overall strategic goals and objectives of improving safety. We believe there are a couple of things could be considered in terms of safety. One is potentially a raised piece of road or speed bump just after the light's going downhill, and also one of these large concave mirrors could be placed on the other side of the road to improve visibility to traffic going down the hill. And consistent with the rationale on the traffic resolution, we believe these improvements would help to make the routes safer and easier to travel for all road users. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a quick question from me. Do you personally have off-street parking, or are you going to be one of these?
We've got one, but it's not practical to use at the moment.
Okay. Thank you for that. I've noted those suggestions down, and
some of them are quite detailed, but
we will ask if staff have thought about them. And thank you. We don't have time for anything else. Steve, welcome, Steve.
Kia ora katoa. Okay. 10 years of, let's say? Okay, 10 years of experience. My valedictory presentation. I've got my protected cycle lane now. Came down here on it this morning. I travel on often. Someone asked before, what difference does it make? I can remember I regularly cycle from Petone, Polyrua out, Welltech, that's where I work for, from Welltech out to Newtown. And it's around 15 k's from there to the Basin Reserve, to the Tory Street. The first time I cycled on that protected cycle lane, I got to the Basin Reserve and thought, shit, I don't feel stressed. Because after 15 kilometres of cycling, going up Tory Street, even though it's really slow, never feel dangerous there because the cars go so slow, but it's still stressful having to deal with all that. And that's with me with 40 odd years of cycling in Wellington. So that's the difference it makes. It made a difference to me just that first time. I got to the Basin Reserve and thought, I could go on further. But don't believe the valedictory bit. I'm going to be back next week to talk about Berempore, but it sounds good. The first thing I want to talk about is the mandate. 10 years. This is from a Newtown Residents Association. I met the candidates, in 2013, and we know who won that particular election for mayor. And we've been pushing this ever since, and the number of progressive councillors has increased ever since. That number just keeps going up. You have the mandate. You've all been told so often, council never does anything. Well, you're doing something in this term, and I ask you to keep it going. There's no reason why Karori people should be denied the health benefits that Marion talks about. Forgot to check whether it's in this presentation, but a previous one, those doctors quoted a survey that found 41% lower mortality among a survey of 250,000 cyclists. This is a UK survey. If anyone wants a reference to it, I can give it to you. I love that article. So you have a mandate, and I ask you to keep using it. Build it and they will come. Social engineering approach. Yes, well, I mean, thanks to whoever it was who gave us the figures for Glenmore Street earlier. Our one, which really is complete, if you look at those numbers in detail, I think this presentation forms part of the submission records. You'll see that when Redford Street was built, the numbers increased slightly. Well, a little bit, few hundred. And then as soon the first month that we had that connected path from Newtown to the sea, the numbers are there, 90% improvement in the first month it was there. And those numbers have been sustained, and they are not people coming from other routes. Other routes are up too, not sure why, but they were. They build it and they will come. People do, there's so many people out there who just don't have the confidence. I mean, everyone here this afternoon, Alex back there, Pondy, Katie, me, we've all been cycling for ages. We'll go anywhere. We'll just get in the way of the traffic if we need to, but other people won't. And those people who start cycling because you've done what you're elected for will continue cycling and they will experience better health. And I think that is just wonderful and very, very cheap. And then there's these little buildings which developed a twist when Google joined some photos together, but never mind. How we've been told since, again, for 10 years, it was Countdown that took those, Woolworths, that took those car parks away. And we were told then of the imminent demise of this historic shopping precinct was going to die. Well, it hasn't. Parking use, car use in general, is very, very elastic. There's a sad story. One day, when I was at music lessons with my rangatahi, who was 12 at the time, with a piano teacher who Councillor Fruity knows very well, and we didn't have the car, and Simon said, "Oh, why don't you walk home?" Oh, it's a good idea. And Tony looked a bit doubtful about this idea. I said, "I'll buy you an ice cream at the zoo, but dairy." That's the one in the top of that picture. And that was what motivated them to walk home from Island Bay that day. Sadly, that dairy's closed. So it was the one at the bottom, just around the corner from us. That's closed too. Things change. Usage of spaces changes. And it's sad. It's always going to be people who miss out, but it's something we have to accept and get on with.
Thank you, Steve. Gosh, you've used up your time to the minute, to the second.
A lot of practice.
And we are running a little bit behind schedule, but so I won't invite questions, but I think you've been extremely clear and very enthusiastic, so thank you for the points that you've made. Yeah. We'll move on to hear, if we can, from Margaret.
Good afternoon. My name's Margaret. I'm speaking today about my concern, disappointment, and sadness about the Karori Connections proposal. I made my first submission to Council when there was the proposal to create a 1.25 metre wide cycle lane at Birdwood Street. Now, Birdwood Street is a steep, narrow, winding road with 4 blind corners on it as you drive up the hill. It has daily slips, leaving rock and vegetation debris on the road. My concern is that the professional urban planner, along with Council, did not address the following issues when presenting this proposal to the community. There's no mention of how the cliff will be stabilized and at what cost. There have been concrete barriers in place since the major slips of October 2022. Now these concrete barriers take up a significant part of the road, making it very narrow in places. We have not heard about the maintenance program of clearing the daily rockfall and clearing the vegetation that grows out over the road. A cyclist cannot ride over rocks and will be forced to ride in the driving lane. Buses and other long vehicles cannot stay in their lane when going around these many bends in the road. The Glenmore Street proposal, specifically along the Botanic Gardens, is dangerous for those who want to visit this very popular free place. In this proposal, Council is asking parents and caregivers who choose to drive to the Botanic Gardens to take their infants and children, buggies, nappy bags, and picnics out of the car onto either a busy road or onto a concrete block and hope that their child does not step off that concrete block into the path of an e-bike or e-scooter that can go upwards of 20 kilometers per hour. Anyone who has taken time out with a person with mobility issues knows that the doors have to be wide opening when exiting or entering a vehicle. A senior citizen or person with mobility issues does not move fast. And again, it is dangerous to ask those people to step out onto a concrete block, then down onto a cycleway, and then up again onto the footpath. It's a shame that this council is intending to make it impossible for people to exit or enter a vehicle safely onto a footpath. For those who enjoy the Gardens Magic Concert Series and other council events, the cost of taking a return bus trip from Karori for a family of 2 adults and 3 children under the age of 13 is $12.04. That same family, if they were traveling from Strathmore, would pay $16.12. I've only counted 3 or 4 bike stands at the main entry of the gardens. So the question is, where do these people cycling safely store their bicycles while enjoying council-sponsored events? I feel that the urban planner, and therefore this council, has disregarded the community needs in Karori. Karori is a vibrant, busy community 7 days a week. South Karori Park is a hub of sport all weekend long, and people come from all over this city to support their family and friends in games. And also for the past several years, Karori schools host Western Suburb netball, tennis, other activities during school hours, after school hours, and at the weekend. There's 4 churches on Karori Road that have Sunday and weekday services, funerals, weddings, community events like the Downtown Community Mission Book Fair. And visitors to these churches need a place to park their car if they're out of Karori. I agree that safe cycling is essential in Wellington, but there has to be compromises. And why hasn't a Monday to Friday clear way through the whole of Karori Connections, 4 to 6:30, been floated as an option? My sadness. The Karori Connections proposal, as it appears now, has caused great division in our community, and that is a very sad situation. It's the responsibility of this council to listen to these submissions of the people of Karori and work towards a fair resolution. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Margaret? Yes, Councillor Randall.
In terms of the community's feedback, I mean, when you're saying this, that the council's disrespected the community and their views, is that the feeling of your neighbours and others that you've talked to?
I don't know, did I use the word disrespect?
No, not disrespect, but that you said the urban planners hadn't taken into consideration. Disregarded, sorry.
You go to the library, you walk down the street, you see your friends, you hear them going, and they'll say words about those planners. I hate that person. I hate that. What on earth is that all about when we're talking about I hate the person because they're riding a bicycle?
Okay.
Get upset about that. So that is me.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Ursula, do we have Ursula?
Hi, my name is Ursula Egan and I live on Karori Road. The proposed Karori Connections cycleway will directly adversely affect me and my family. It will also have major negative impacts on my husband's business of 40 years, which is also on Karori Road. I'm not philosophically opposed to cycleways, but I am strongly opposed to the way the council has pushed through the planning and implementation of cycleways in Wellington. Progressing Karori Connections in this economic environment is crazy and fiscally irresponsible when the infrastructure in Wellington is at breaking point. The proposed design is inequitable. It does not take into account the needs of residents other than cyclists, who are only a very small minority. It will impose 24/7 no parking restrictions along densely populated residential sections of Karori Road and Chater Street, as other people have mentioned, for a benefit of a small minority during a 1 to 2 hour peak 5 mornings a week. There are safe parallel routes that cyclists can use that would avoid the major disruption the proposed cycleway will create for the majority of Karori residents. The council's residential street parking survey was inadequate and totally underestimates the use of unrestricted parking on the main roads and side streets. Parking data was only collected on 2 days between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. and one evening from 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m, compared to the cyclist data that was collected for a month. This small amount of data cannot provide a realistic picture of the residential parking situation, but was all that was used in the development of the parking management plan. 71 out of 99 unrestricted car parks are being removed in the 3 blocks around where I live, as well as many residents not being able to park near where they live. What happens if we need emergency services, have deliveries, builders, plumbers, electricians, or friends or family come to visit? Council has commented it's fine for residents to park within a 5-minute radius of their house. and everyone else will just have to use the nearest available park. This response clearly demonstrates Council is more concerned about building cycleways than the safety and well-being of Karori residents. If a car breaks down, a water main bursts, or a bus loses a wheel, as happened a few weeks ago, there will be traffic chaos. At least now there are spaces that these vehicles can pull aside in to let other traffic past. Communication and consultation on the proposed cycleway has been very limited. No detailed information was made available to the public until July this year, so we were not aware of the huge negative impact the cycleway would have on residents, businesses, users of the local sporting facilities, and visitors to the botanical gardens. Information Council provided to the residents on Karori Road should have been sent to all residents. This information, however, was not balanced and was strongly biased towards cycleways. It misrepresented the facts and the significant adverse impact the cycleway would have on residents on the main road. Even now, many residents are only just becoming aware of how it will adversely affect them. I'm strongly opposed to the in-lane bus stops. I'm a regular bus user and my stop is proposed to be an in-lane stop. I will not feel safe getting onto the bus because I do not trust cyclists to give way. Council told me it did no monitoring of traffic flow because traffic flow was not a consideration of the proposal, which aims to reduce congestion. How can any proposal that is changing traffic flow get this far without any monitoring of current traffic flow in the affected area? I can see cars and buses in gridlock every morning. This will not reduce congestion and will only increase emissions. No bus stops on Karori Road should be removed or merged. All the stops proposed for merging or removal are important hubs for residents and the areas around them. Removing them is only going to encourage residents back into their cars again. Improving public transport needs to be the Council's top priority. If Wellington had an efficient, reliable transport system that allowed residents to move easily around the region, they could use their cars less. But until this happens, Wellingtonians will continue to need cars to go anywhere other than the CBD. I sincerely hope the Council will prioritise the concerns of Karori residents over responses from others who do not live in the suburb when they consider the future of this project. The health and safety of Karori residents must come ahead of the needs and wants of a small vocal minority. My closing message to you is, please stop wasting our rates on unnecessary projects like cycleways that only benefit a small minority. Listen to the concerns of all residents and concentrate on fixing the infrastructure and maintaining facilities that will benefit all Wellingtonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Ursula. You have actually just exactly used your time. Thank you very much. Can we please move to Judy? Judy? And is it Maury as well? Okay. You can sit if you prefer, if it's easier. Either is fine.
I'm not being timed yet, am I?
No. And, yep, no.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Judy Roloff. We've lived on Karori Road for 30 years, so we are impacted by the proposals. These proposals have a disproportionate emphasis on cyclists, a minority of the population to the exclusion of all others, such as the elderly and those with disabilities who can't cycle. Karori has a huge elderly population and private accommodation in 2 retirement villages, soon 3. The council appears to have failed to consider fully things such as emergency vehicles. We hear emergency vehicle sirens regularly. Under the proposals, these will be held up by buses and other vehicles with nowhere to pull over to. Multiple emergency vehicles often attend incidents. How can they attend incidents on Karori Road if there is no parking outside or anywhere near the property? Smooth traffic flow. Buses stopping in the middle of active road lanes at in-lane bus stops hold up private vehicles, deliveries, couriers and other buses. One bus will stop, then the next, and then the next, increasing congestion and emissions as vehicles sit idly in traffic waiting for each bus to move on. Some elderly and disabled bus users require a lot of time to embark and disembark, increasing frustration for all road users. Unsafe driving habits as people try to pass and road rage incidents. I note the in-lane stop examples shown on the Waka Kotahi website are in Auckland and where multiple lanes go in the direction of the bus. The practicalities of doing the weekly grocery shop. I can't walk with many heavy bags or carry them on a bike or a bus. Many elderly and disabled residents have to use cars to grocery shop. Elderly people, those with disabilities who have no off-street parking and can't walk a block or more to their vehicle, let alone carry multiple bags of groceries for their residents, assuming they can find a park in a side street nearby. The effect of the removal of parks on businesses on Karori Road and residents and their visitors. The proposals will also have a detrimental effect on taxis. Are they expected to stop in the middle of a busy road and disrupt traffic, including buses while their fares, some with heavy suitcases, get in, pay and get out? Courier and other delivery vehicles. Vehicles that break down on the road with nowhere to pull aside to. Trade vehicles which generally carry tools and other necessary equipment. I oppose 24/7 protected cycle lanes. Traffic needs somewhere to pull across to in certain instances. I oppose the proposed removal of bus stops. I oppose the relocation of the taxi stands from outside Karori Mall to angled parks on Parkvale Road. The taxi stands are conveniently located for elderly people or those with disabilities who use them for their groceries. A taxi parked on the flat next to the curb is much easier for them to get in and out of than one angle parked on a slope. Parking on side streets is already taken up. It just doesn't make sense to put protected cycle lanes on the main road of a busy suburb which already suffers huge congestion when there are more practical options such as a cycle lane through the Botanic Gardens and side streets. In my view, the entire proposal is ill-considered and poorly thought out by councillors who don't even live in Karori. The vast majority of residents appear opposed to the proposals. In summary, this council is proposing disruption, huge cost, inconvenience and risk to a majority of residents in order to create a 24/7 protected cycleway for a minority that will generally use it only in peak times, 2 hours mornings and 2 hours afternoons, evenings on weekdays only. The inconvenience and disruption for local businesses, residents and all other road users far outweighs any potential advantages for the few. Numerous cyclists use Karori Road every day. I've seen no evidence that more people will cycle if cycle lanes exist. The proposed changes will not make the bus service faster and more reliable in the area, or encourage more people to get around using low carbon transport modes. I note Rotorua City Council ignored feedback and spent $442,000 on a cycleway in 2015 and is now spending a further $50,000 removing it to return car parking. Te Puke scrapped its cycleway plans due to community opposition. Wellington City Council needs to take a step back and reconsider its cycleway plans instead of ignoring the feedback of residents and local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ursula. Oh, Judy, sorry. Thank you, Judy. We have come to the end of your 5 minutes. Yes, so we now have Maury. Is that right? Yep. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Maury Roloff. I've lived in Karori 43 years, 30 of those years in Karori Road. So we are impacted by the proposals. I oppose the removal of car parks and bus stops and question the need for cycle lanes on the road. And I'll share some statistics with you as we work our way through. Some of it's come from the council, some of it's come from the NZTA CAS system, which is the New Zealand Transport Agency crash accident system. So we have an average of 226 cyclists using the Karori Connections route Monday to Friday, majority between 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. We also have on average 3,500 residents travelling from Karori by bus on a normal weekday. but there is no peak time priority bus lanes will be built due to prioritisation of the 24/7 protected cycleways. So some of the stats I'm sharing with you for a start is car park, cyclists, bus passenger statistics. So some key points here: of the current 744 public car parks, 475 will be lost, leaving 269 on the route. 27 cycling accidents occurred on the route between 2017 and 2022. I haven't been able to find any information on the extent of severity with those. The average daily traffic count for vehicles on Karori Road, Chater and Glenmore Streets can be found in the Council TR 147-23 connections document. And I'm not going to run through the mileages, but what I have done is taken a mean average here from Glenmore Street, and the daily count is 16,200 to 19,400 vehicles. And if we look at that over a year, we come to a realisation of 5.91 million to 7.08 million. Over 5 years, this extrapolates out further, obviously, to 29.569 million vehicle movements. From that to 39.5 million. So we've got, this will come back in a few minutes. Accident risk to cyclists. The risk of a cycling accident on the route is 0.005%. This finding is based on calculations derived from the WCC information and the NZTA CAS system, covering a 5-year period. And assuming what I did take into account, assuming the 226 cyclists that go to work in the morning also return home at some stage during the day, so double that to 452 day trips. So the calculations, the result of that is 589,227 cycle trips over 5 years, 5 days a week. Moving on to some other key points. 24/7 cycle lanes where majority daily use involves the cyclists we've referred to, and 2 hours in the morning, 5 days a week. And the rear accident risk doesn't justify the expenditure to install cycle lanes. So what I'm getting at is here, I've had trouble finding any information about risk assessment in regard to this particular route. The average daily vehicle counts over 5 years that I've previously covered, along with those cycle accidents over the same period, would indicate safe driving by motorists and cyclist movements. We're talking about very large volumes of vehicle movements, clearly is. Cycle lanes have been referred to as protected lanes. I've read this in quite a few posts. Now, the lane posts installed do not protect cyclists. They're a delineation system between the road and the cycle lane. Vehicle momentum contacting those posts and continuing further could result in injury. Utilise the footpath. I'm suggesting utilise the footpath as a shared pathway. I've come across this in the Netherlands for pedestrians and cyclists, but separated with marked lanes. This would enable existing car parking spaces and bus stops to remain. Some footpath widths may need, extending out a little bit. It is not recommended to install a shared pathway on the Karori Road footpath due to a population of 15,000.
Maury, I might need to ask you to make your final points, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, a lot of what I've talked about you can see in my submission, but the final comment I would like to make is that in planning its proposals, WCC has not considered the what-if scenarios that can occur due to cycle lanes obstructing vehicle access to or alongside properties, the value of current parking facilities, and the significance of single traffic lane obstruction from vehicle breakdowns and in-lane bus stops, as in Glenmore Street.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's a lot of facts and figures in that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we have had someone withdraw, but we're also running slightly behind time. I would quite like to suggest that we have the next two speakers and then have a break. And we'll also need to vote to extend the meeting. But Alex, I think we will just press on with a couple more of speakers before our scheduled break. So we have...
Hi, my name's Caroline. I'm speaking on behalf of as a member of Cycle Wellington, but also I am a nurse who works at Huntly Home in Karori, and I'd like to thank these guys as well for coming to talk to us on that front. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the Karori Connection project. We strongly support these plans. Transitioning our streets to enable more people to safely and comfortably use bikes, walk and use public transport is critical for realising a better Wellington. So many Wellingtonians already understand this. Cycle Wellington wants regular active travel to be an easy choice for anyone who wants it. Karori desperately needs a safer and more comfortable route to cycle. The city absolutely should be investing in making our streets safer and especially making critical connections like this one joined up and intuitive for people to ride their bikes or catch the bus. If you care about road safety, fewer heavy vehicles, cars included, means fewer injurious crashes. One of my colleagues' husbands who was injured by being hit on his bike a year ago on Chater Street has remained disabled from this crash. Where people travelling these ways can face danger is mostly due to private motor vehicles. If you care about public health, more people engaging in active travel in our city helps clean the air for everyone, reduces noise, reduces inactivity, and all the attendant non-communicable disease risks, has positive mental health benefits and more. Active travel is key to improving the well-being of kids and maintaining it for older people. If you care about environmental pollution, more walking, cycling, and public transport, especially electrified, drastically reduces harmful air pollution, microplastics. If you care about climate action, transitioning journeys to active travel is 10 times more effective at reducing greenhouse gases than electric cars, and 30 times more than fossil fuel driving. If you care about saving ratepayers' money, there is possibly no more powerful intervention a city can take to save households ongoing and growing costs than to enable people to live fulfilled lives independent of car use where possible. Money that is being spent on fossil fuels and imported cars will instead be more available to pay for local needs, such as bike lanes and water infrastructure. Conversely, perpetuating car dependency is entrenching unsustainable levels of expense that we cannot afford.
Do have some questions.
These plans do not go far enough. Given that we understand that this project is being developed to a transitional level of quality, we understand there will be compromises to the implementation. At this stage, we are giving feedback and the understanding that this route would also undergoing transformational stage as part of completing the bike network. We have identified several concerns in our written submission, including we prefer continuous protected bike lanes on both sides of the key routes. The volume of traffic that much of this route carries demands safe cycling separation. Where effective separation cannot fit, speeds and or volumes of the heavy traffic need to be reduced. Please ensure the design provides a safe separated protection around the Glenmore Street horseshoe. The treatment of parking for large tour buses and disability users near the Botanical Gardens on Glenmore Street is, in our view, a hazard. We suggest that the design could treat Appleton Park as a two-way bypass for the dangerous intersection of Chater Street and Raroa Road. Bus stops should never be in cycle lanes. If the space is limited, a bus stop should be in line with traffic before the design compromises the safety of people on bikes. Thanks again, and thanks for all the hard work that the team has been putting into this project. We understand that this work is not always straightforward. We appreciate that this council is showing strong leadership to progress the bus improvements and cycle network. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, because there does seem to be this actually is quite an interesting submission process, because there does seem to be a really generation divide in what we're hearing. Can you comment on that? So we're getting quite a lot of people who are not seeing the need for change versus mostly younger submitters or family orientated who do see the need for change.
I would pause to reflect on the intergenerational challenge of car dependency that we are facing as we're making these changes, and to empathise with people who have grown up knowing no other thing than being driven or driving cars is a real challenge. So that's understandable. It doesn't take away from the fact that we need to see a lot of change in the mobility space in our cities, and Wellington especially as well, with the changes coming down the pipeline due to climate, the expenses that we're all facing. So I think potentially younger people have a lot more at stake, so they're aware of these issues and want something different.
Okay, thank you for that. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, and I'm just a little bit confused. Alex, you were down as speaking. Are you still intending to have a say?
Oh yeah, I'm just joining in for Cycle Wellington, but I had my own say earlier. Yeah.
Okay, so you're content to leave it at that. Okay, thank you, because we are running quite a bit behind schedule now. That being the case, thank you both very much. Can we move to Callum, and then we'll have a break. Callum, you're online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm Callum Taylor. I've lived in South Karori for 12 years, and I'm a regular bus user on the Karori bus routes. I do want to be very clear from the beginning. I do support the cycleways, but only where they're logical and do not impact on the public transport network. I don't support the proposed cycleway on Karori Road in its current form. As you've probably already heard, and I've been listening to this for a little bit now, Karori Road is a main thoroughfare. It's a major public transport route, including all the buses with the highest patronage being Route 2. A very large number of school buses use the route into central Wellington, and thousands of people use the buses on every day to get into town, as do motorists. And there's no other alternative really if you to head north and east from the suburb. The in-lane bus stops, you've obviously heard a fair bit about this already, and they're proposed in multiple sites. It will cause two things: terrible congestion for both bus and car users, and secondly, dangerous conflict between bus passengers and cyclists. Karori Road has high traffic volumes, including a very large number of buses during peak times, and they come between 1 and 5 minutes apart, including the school buses. In-lane bus stops obviously cause all the traffic to stop while passengers get on and off, including all the buses behind those buses, and that will combine to significantly increase the travel time for bus passengers and others. Waka Kotahi's own guidelines indicate that in-lane bus stops should not be considered in high traffic volume situations like Karori Road. Congestion caused by in-lane bus stop on Glenmore Street has resulted in the council saying it will be removed. Yet, bizarrely, council want to put more of them on Glenmore Street and Karori Road, even though they know the outcome. Secondly, in-lane bus stops put passengers and cyclists in very dangerous conflict. It is difficult, really difficult, when getting off a bus to see whether or not there is a cyclist in the lane. It's possible they're moving at speed on an e-bike. There's a very real potential for very serious injury as a result here. There also is a proposal for a new bus stop outside Karori Park Dairy and a pedestrian crossing at that point. That's not necessary. The bus stop is 50 metres from the main bus terminal at Karori Road, and that's used by Karori West School, so it's highly unlikely that this proposed stop will be used. And the pedestrian crossing is situated in an area where the buses park, waiting to start their timetable run down. Impact on travel times on public transport users, nor has there been any modelling done on the potential increase in vehicle emissions due to increased travel times caused by in-lane bus stops and raised pedestrian crossings, and that's at odds with the council's own goal of reducing vehicle emissions. If the proposal goes ahead, it will seriously stifle any future plans for bus lanes or clearways on Karori Road. I'm absolutely incredulous that the council can move with such pace to put in a cycle lane for the benefit of a few, while for years the community has been calling for bus lanes and clearways in the same location. However, there are some alternatives that should be considered. There is a very viable route from Karori Park via Fernley, Ranley, Friend and Hatton Street, which is basically parallel to Karori Road. It's a quiet suburban area with plenty of room for cycle lanes and on-street parking, and without the conflict with public transport. It should be developed and would give the same benefit as the current proposal, but is likely to be more attractive to those new to cycling, as it would be in a much quieter environment with less traffic, no buses, and no conflict with bus passengers. And I can tell you, if that was developed, I would use it. I wouldn't use the Karori Road proposal as it currently stands. Development of that route would also mean the proposed cycle lane in Karori Road could be utilised as a clearway between 7 and 9 in the morning, which would deliver significant time savings for bus users and encourage greater use of public transport while lowering emissions, so meeting all the climate-related goals the council have. It would leave parking for residents and users of Karori Park outside of those times. This type of dual development of cycle lanes and bus clearways, I think, strikes a very reasonable balance for all the road users and everybody gains. If council had engaged with the community around route choices and design much earlier, then I think the very negative reaction that has resulted from this proposal could well have been avoided. That's all I've got to say, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. We have just run out of time, but thank you for those extra thoughts. Yes, and I'm sure that we'll reflect those back to our staff.
Thank you.
So what we now need to do before we break is actually to agree to extend the meeting. We do not have terribly many more submitters ourselves, but the meeting carries on Friday. So I will move that our committee agrees to extend the meeting beyond 6 hours in accordance with Standing Order 11.7 and adjourns the meeting until 9:30 Friday the 10th, but not right now.
No, so we can still vote.
Okay. We will adjourn it. We will adjourn it after our last few submitters. Have I a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman, and we will now vote on that. And then we'll have a very well-deserved break for a few minutes. Councillor Abdurrahman. Okay. Is that going through? She's online? Yeah. Councillor Kelly, are you available to vote? Oh, right, good. Wonderful, that's carried. Okay, our next submitters were due at 20 past, is that right, or quarter past?
20 past.
Oh, okay, but I'm going to suggest we actually take till 25 past. So that's nearly 10 minutes, and we'll just have a good old stretch and something to refresh ourselves with and get back then. Thanks, bye for now. We are now going to resume. Are we quorum? We are quorum. We're going to pick up and carry on, and I would like to invite David Marshall to speak to us. Thank you, David. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Most of the points I want to make have already been made this afternoon, so I almost feel like packing up and going home, but I'm not going to. My name is David Marshall, and I live at number 1 Lancaster Street, just around the corner from Marsden Village and across the road from the Marsden Village bus stop. Because of this, I'm in a good position to comment on traffic, parking and public transport matters in Karori. In addition, my wife, who has poor eyesight, has asked me to speak on her behalf today. During the many years we lived in Napier before moving to Wellington, we were both keen cyclists, so nothing I have to say is to denigrate either cycling or cyclists. I also suffered a fractured pelvis in a bike accident, so believe me, there is no one more conscious of cyclist safety than me. In a previous life, I was the Deputy Mayor of Napier City, the Deputy Chairman of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and the Deputy Chairman of the Hawke's Bay District Health Board, not all at the same time, I might add. In addition, I chaired a statutory health board for 6 years, so I have had a good deal of experience in the consultation processes, and that's a point I'll return to shortly. Of the suggestions in the Karori Connections proposal, I agree with the idea of a shared path through Appleton Park. I also support proposals for raised pedestrian crossings in various locations. As an aside, I must say, however, that the current speed limits of 30 kilometres per hour through Marsden Village and the Karori Mall area, which I supported and came here to speak to, are almost universally ignored, including running red lights, and especially by cyclists. The parts of the proposal I strongly disagree with are the removal of hundreds of parking spaces. My wife and I, both in our mid-80s, are typical of many residents in Karori who rely on busing, walking and our car for regular transport. Access to many of the facilities we rely on in Karori will be impacted by the loss of so many parks. Similarly, we object to the removal of several bus stops. It seems that the convenience of a few is being proposed at the expense of others. One of the questions on the submission form asked, how do you travel around the Karori Connections area most of the time? Please select one. With respect, that is a dumb question. No one uses only one method of transport. Instead, the question should have asked to list all modes of transport used and then rank them. More fundamentally, I believe this whole consultation process is flawed. I understand that a parking management plan is scheduled for 2025 and a bus priority plan scheduled for 2030. Surely the logical process would be to complete these important plans and then consider a cycleway plan. Another example of poor planning and timing which impacts on the Karori Connections proposal was to read recently that the trial of an extended bus on the number 2 route was successful, but that the buses will not be available until 2026, and that they will then be diesel buses. And to compound the issue, we've also read that the bus stop at the corner of Bowen and Glenmore Streets is to be moved back to the curb edge, at what additional expense, who knows. My 10-year-old granddaughter said months ago, that bus stop is dangerous for people getting off the bus and it holds up the traffic. Who would have thought? There are alternative routes for cyclists using parallel streets for considerable lengths of Karori Road, Homewood Avenue, Friend Street, Samuel Parnell Road, Darwin Street, Ranelagh Street. Have these all been investigated? And if not, why not? And several others have advocated this afternoon. So in summary, this highly contentious proposal seems like a massive and expensive plan for a relatively small number of cycle users. In my view, the consultation plan is deeply flawed by ignoring the future proposed bus priority and parking management plans which should take place first. Alternative cycle routes should be examined more carefully, and the community should be consulted on what is required to make transport better for all Karori residents. Instead, the deeply cynical view of the many friends and family we talk to in Karori is that this plan has been predetermined and our submissions are largely a waste of time, which in terms of meaningful civic engagement is a real shame. Despite my comments, I thank you for the chance to be here today and to speak to my submission. It's a privilege I do not take for granted. Thank you.
I'm surprised we've run out of time. Yeah, I did want to ask you a question. What is your biggest concern around the loss of parking, if there is one? Like, what's your biggest personal concern? Is it around your own personal parking outside your house?
No.
No, it's...
No. We have a double garage attached to the house. There's plenty of parking in Lancaster Street, although it fills up quite quickly with commuter traffic. It's the loss of parking around churches, medical centre, shops, Huntley, those sort of parks, which I think will impact a lot of people, not just elderly, but families as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I've noted that. Thank you very much for coming to speak to us, David. It's appreciated. Matthias, welcome.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Matthijs Sillier. I was born and raised in the Netherlands, and I grew up on bicycles. I'm also an industrial designer for the public context, and I live in Karori, and I cycle to work as much as I'm able to. So that's a bit in terms of my background. In the Netherlands, just to make this comparison as far as you can, of course, because the countries are quite different and the geology is quite different, but cycling in the Netherlands is not part of a political football. It is considered a ubiquitous public utility. And so for me, the question is not if this should go ahead. In one way or another, cycling is going to become a reality of mobility in New Zealand and in Wellington as well. So my point is not so much about whether or not it's a good idea, but how it is being done. And I'll limit today my comments on a specific instance. So firstly, I want to share my strong support for the overall plan, but the detail in how it's designed in an adequate way so that your investment is going to pay off, that is my point, and not making false economies, particularly in how the design of the different road levels are being carried out. I printed out 3 images. I'll hold these up. This image is one that you will be familiar with. It's Glenmore Street. The issue that I have with what I see presented here, and I appreciate it might be in a very early stage of design, and this is why I'm just come to raise this with you, is safety. There's a lot of, my second image here points that out. Here is a diagram that speaks about proximity of cars, particularly parked cars, with the cyclists. And this area here is called a door strike zone, in which when people coming out of their car open the door, no matter how much training or what's the word, familiarity drivers would have, there is always a chance that you have serious injury and fatalities as well by cyclists striking the door of a car. Here is an image of a design, and I'll leave this behind, whereby this has been addressed. And there's 2 things going on here. One is the width of that zone. There's a 1200 millimeter width, which would properly accommodate for a door to open, but also for people or families or people to properly are able to get out of the car, and thereby also not startling cyclists who come past, or even being able to clip that door. Even a very narrow overlap of contact can have disastrous consequences, as your evidence will show when you look at injury. There's a second part to this as well, and this has to do with how we read and understand and expect spaces and public spaces, and particularly the detailing of the surfaces of the roads and the surfaces of the door zone and the surfaces of the cycle path. If there is not enough clarity in this, what you're doing is you induce in car drivers a searching behavior, and this is something you would like to minimize in taking part of the roads. And that searching behavior, we had a quick chat about Island Bay, whereby an interesting, for this area, a novel way was introduced, whereby there's a footpath, and then there's a cycle lane, and then there is a parking line. This has been done very successfully in the Netherlands, but in a completely different way. And I don't know where the ball was being dropped in looking at that design, but it is and I also haven't had the time to dig deeper into the controversy around the Island Bay situation, whether this was a political or it was a technical or a financial, whatever that was. But what I can tell you is you can do this successfully if it's properly detailed and if you properly invest in this example, and then you will not have committed a false economy. So my point is mainly about to have adequate advice in how it's designed. This document I'm happy to leave behind as well. The Dutch government does regularly research and evidence-based application of design principles in how you safely design this public utility. I'd be more than happy to connect the council with the Netherlands embassy. The Dutch government is very helpful and willing to share knowledge in this regard. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to this, and I'm very interested to follow this development.
By quite quickly, doesn't it? But Matthias, we'd be very grateful to have that that document, and in fact, we might put it for a while in the councillor room.
Could we table it so we can be
yes, let's table it. That's a good idea. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. That way, it can be photocopied, and then we can also have the original in the councillor room. Thank you very much. We don't have time for questions, sadly, but Luke, thank you for waiting so patiently.
Afternoon, councillors. Good to be on this side of the table for a change. I've got a few slides. Hopefully someone will get them up in a sec. But I just want to be clear that I'm here in a personal capacity. I'm a resident of Karori, and I want to talk about an issue of particular importance to me. So overall, I support the Karori Connections proposals. I support particularly the provision of cycleway facilities, and the bus priority changes and bus stop rationalisation. I think they're all important and need to be done. What I'm really here to talk about is one particular bus stop, which is bus stop 4330, which is along Karori Road at Tringham Street. So this is towards the Karori Park end of Karori Road. And this is proposed to be closed. And so my submission is really to oppose the closing of that particular stop. And my rationale, which I'll explain, is really that it's got an excellent walking catchment, which I'll show you. It's got high patronage and is well used and has very good shelter. So just to put it in context, this map just shows where it's the red circle there is the bus stop I'm talking about. So 4330 is proposed to be closed, and 4329 is the stop that's very close to it, and that's just up the road, I think at Richmond Street on Karori Road. Now, if you look at that map, you can clearly see that those two bus stops are too close together. Something needs to change. My supposition to you is that actually you've chosen the wrong one to close, and actually it's 4329 that actually is the one that's the better one to get rid of. I clearly understand the idea of 400-metre separations of bus stops. It makes sense in a suburban context, but I just think we've chosen the wrong one. Why do I think that? Well, I had a quick look at the 5-minute walking catchment, which is for bus stop 4330. What you can see there is the catchment extends quite extensively to the north of Karori Road into Tringham Street and Sunshine Avenue, and then up into the northern up into the roads that go up the hill, Sunshine Avenue and Percy Drive. So quite a lot of people are coming down from those steep hills along Tringham Street and immediately arrive at bus stop 4330. If you close it and move it, they've essentially got to walk another 100 metres, and a number of those people are coming from considerably more than 400 metres. So they're coming from 600 to 800 metres away from down the hill. So an extra 100 metres is inconvenient for them. It's just the road configuration makes sense because Tringham Street comes out immediately next to 4330. There isn't a road next to the next stop. In terms of patronage, I looked at the Metlink data for patronage over the last 6 months, and the bus stop 4330 has had 37,000 odd passengers over that 6 months. That averages about 220 passengers on a typical weekday, whereas bus stop 4329 had less, so about 20% less patronage at 31,000. And so why are you closing the stop that's the most used? It makes sense to me to close the stop that's less well used. You can see there the picture, the photo is taken on about 8 in the morning. It's a number of people working at that stop. So there's about 20 people waiting there in the morning, mixture of school kids and adults. And there's good shelter, not only there's a very small bus shelter, but actually the awnings of the shops provide really good shelter for the people there. One of the reasons I understand that you were looking at closing 4330 was because to avoid taking away some of the parking for the dairy that's located there. Well, I can inform you that the dairy is now closed and is not proposed to be reopened, so that is no longer a reason for what being concerned about the parking. The other 3 retail uses that are there are takeaway food outlets that essentially are really only utilised in the evenings, which is not when that bus stop is being utilised. The bus stop is really busy in the mornings going into the town. So there's not really a conflict there with other land uses. So that's not really a reason for keeping it, for getting rid of it. So really, to summarise my request, it's to don't close 4330. It's a well-used stop, convenient to a large walking catchment and has good shelter. If bus stop rationalisation objectives means you should be closing a stop, then I would say that 4329 is actually a better option for you. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't think we've quite got time for questions, but thank you very much, Luke.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, moving on. Now, we do actually have a couple of other people who've asked to submit. Are we able to combine the two and... They're together. Okay. So welcome to Amelia and Ben Burkhardt. Hello. Right. So you have 5 minutes to share, if that's okay.
Yeah,
and if you want to have some questions, then you need to allow a little bit more time. You need to actually stop a bit early so we've got time to ask questions. Away you go.
Okay. So I'm Amelia, and last year we moved to Koori because we love mountain biking, and just outside the window there we can see Macra Peak, which is generally my favourite mountain bike park in Wellington. I'm also the under 30 on my own bike. Go around Koori and to town and back. I often ride into town on my own bike and more often on the back of my dad's tandem. Soon I'll go to Wellington Girls College and I want to ride there and back on my own bike. But it's not at far at all. But the roads there and back aren't safe enough. The plans for the cycle lanes around Koori help a little bit. They are missing out on large parts though. For example, I don't think I want to ride down Chater Street or Glenmore Street on my own bike. I can't ride 50 kilometers per hour, and I really don't like mixing with cars, especially trucks, except they can't come here. Please build these bike lanes, and then please also build these parts that are missing from your plans. Thank you very much.
Very succinct. So how long have you been riding your own bike, it's Amelia, isn't it? Yeah. When did you start?
2 years ago.
2-3 years old.
Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Do you ride much, just to ask a little more question, do you ride much within Karori? Will these bike lanes help you get around within your own community?
Yes, I think they will.
Are there any other questions from the committee? No, there don't seem to be any other, but thank you very much for making the point that you would appreciate more bike lanes. Thank you.
Shall I take over?
Ben, you've got a few more minutes if you want to add something.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm Dad, quite obviously. I'm Ben, and yeah, we moved to Karori last year because of the mountain biking and cycling. I'm a survivor of cycling in very hostile environments in Wellington, many years on Thornton Quay on Hutt Road before the refurb, and on the as yet unchanged Newlands Road. And I use the word survivor quite consciously because I haven't seen the inside of an ambulance quite yet. And I haven't stopped riding. The planet is literally burning as we speak, and one of the few ways to do anything about it is to stop driving cars and to use public transport and the bicycle. Research shows that bike use is directly dependent on one factor and only this one factor, and that is a safe and complete cycle network. Thankfully, the council has decided to implement one. Sadly, Karori Connections does not contribute much to this network. Even on the main route, it includes unprotected to half-protected lanes on some of the route, and often just in one direction. In large parts, we are expected to mix with busy 50k traffic, which is unacceptable and dangerous. The whole stretch from Donald Street through all of Trader Street remains unrideable for most people because of the mixing with traffic. The super dangerous Chaita-Rara intersection remains unchanged, and that's just criminal. On the topic of process, I understand that a large number of paper submissions have been entered, and I think you're not really able to check on double dipping, so I'd like to remind you that this process is a search for the right solution rather than a vote. So when I go and order pizza, I get a complete one, and here we kind of only get a small slice. And when we open the tap, we get safe water without having to fight for it. Yet here we have to fight for basic safety in the 21st century. So I'll have to ask you to implement the full pizza, the complete cycle network, both directions, and fully protected, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, and that has brought you to the end of your time. But I really do thank you for your feedback, and we'll also, of course, have your written submission. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Right. I think that actually brings us to the end of our day. With this meeting anyway, so we don't need to close with a karakia because we're continuing on Friday. So we'll see everybody again at 9:30 on Friday. Thank you, and thanks to the staff.